Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Good morning, Southern Side Eye. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Can we get ones in the chat if we can hear me okay? Let me get my kick up. What a weekend. There was a very interesting panel last night. Well, not panel, but very interesting live stream took place last night. And of course, a lot of things have been going on because some of these people just don't take the weekend to enjoy life. Their misery consumes them 24/7. And do we have a lot to talk about today? Oh boy, it is going to get intense, my friends. Matter of fact, we are going to need some sage, maybe some holy water, and some prayers. Southern Gal with the 15 months, been supporting in the bushes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hey, Kick friends, Lee the Bee. Good morning, the Lady Lexi. Be nice, try it. Oh, I haven't even watched it yet, Straight Talker, but you know I am looking forward to it. Let me get this bad boy up. Colleen, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Okay. Who, Christina Rain? Oh, of course he is. He has to deflect from what's taking place, right, Kraken? These people are truly delusional, and we're gonna jump full into the delusion. We're gonna talk about Seth Rogers. We're gonna talk about, is it called At Night? Is it One World? Is it creative intelligence? Is it anything than two men pretending in a mom's basement? You tell me by the end of it all. But we are going to jump full. Oh, let me get this up. Hold on. I saw a clip of the Nick panel for a moment on Queens. The Nick panel. I don't know anything about a Nick panel. Two pretenders living their miserable lives. I wouldn't even say best. Hey, Canine Charlie. I actually know Fairy Minimum, so you guys may know I know. I just know Seth Rogers went live. We're going to cover that. We're going to cover the triggered tweets, the more threats of frivolous litigation. We're going to get into it all. I think some bank accounts must be running low, and that's why certain lives took place last night. If you can pick up what I'm laying down. Could be. Could be. Hit the like here on YouTube. Listen on Kick. Love you. Mean it. Rainbow B with the 30 months. Thank you so much. That is incredible. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Gare. Yeah, well, you know what, Christina Rain? Seth can say whatever he wants until Seth files and states as much on a record with the court. I don't care what he says, to be honest. Of course, doesn't it? It's the same thing he did with his friends, isn't it? Sold them all out. Federal rat. Don't ever forget in the litigation paperwork, Nick literally put in there that he's a federal rat. I don't know if he thought he'd give him leadway with the judge. I don't know if he thought he gave him credibility. I don't know what it is. But I do know, don't matter. He's a laughing stock. Purple Dragon, thank you so much for the hell yeah. Good morning, Leonard. How did I make my thumbnail? With Canvas? Oh, okay. No shock there, huh? So of course, Nick was really unhappy to hear about my lawyer's letter and the idea of being subpoenaed to court. Wonder why? I wonder why. But he was pretty upset about it. Poor guy, right? Everybody put prayer hands in the chat. Poor old Nick. Oh, he was so upset. But of course, my lawyer was quite upset by his response too. So an email went out. Very interesting email. See, Nick called it intimidation. Dang, my charge keeps stopping. All right. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to go get a different charging cord. Yeah, it's going to keep happening. Dang it. Take that out for now. Nick called it intimidation. I'm not going to be extorted. Maybe you shouldn't have came out and publicly told everybody that you warned Brittany about the declaratory judgment, right? Maybe you shouldn't have came out here and run your mouth as much as you do, and we wouldn't have known that you had discussions with Brittany regarding that. But you did, so we do. So my lawyer responded. Actually, I got a lot to get into. I don't know if I should get into that first or get into the people that I love these people whose credentials don't go further than learning how to turn on a mic. Okay. You don't know more just because you have a deep infatuation with true crime or you watched a few court trials live. You do not have more understanding of the legal world than a practicing attorney. One who has practiced for many years has earned their credentials. The not many, but quite a few people were doing what my lawyer knew they would do and claim he can't do what he said he could do. No, it's not AI. I actually made it. It's not AI. I put that together. I took different images, you cut the background, you shaped them, you do all of that. I did the work. It's not AI. But I'm glad you thought it was AI. That tells me it's pretty well done. Thank you. The people whose only legal experience is the few times they were brought into criminal court. You don't know more than a lawyer. For the people that were saying, well, he's not going to sue Brittany because she doesn't have money. Not everybody sues for money. And it's a shame. No, you don't have to apologize. It's a shame that people think that way. He did not get his credentials, work as hard as he has, and come as far as he has to have some loudmouth on YouTube who, quote unquote, has nothing to lose, defame him. Not everything is done with the idea of, oh, I want money. It's ridiculous. I saw people say, well, Granny says she's not responsible for her chat. So how's Brittany responsible for what Moon said? First off, because our state laws are different. Secondly, there's a huge difference between a chat and a panel guest. And lastly, Brittany herself has said defamatory statements. It wasn't the only statement. That's the only statement. There's been several statements throughout the past few months of the things they have said regarding my lawyer and his integrity. Now, if you claim to be such a good true crime sleuth and you claim to know so much about the legal system, and we know very well you don't, perhaps you know enough to pick up Google and Google something before you state it with such certainty. Because I don't know about any of you, but if I had to keep coming out here and correcting myself, I'd be embarrassed. Hey, Barbecue, thank you for coming a member. I'd be embarrassed. So yeah, thank you for thinking you know more, but you don't. Well, that's because Brittany likes to say that me and Nick are an item. It's delusional people like that that get on my last nerve. Exactly, Java. There were many things that were stated. The internet is one of the largest word of mouth in this world. Someone that has worked hard to get a good reputation. Don't allow loudmouth on the internet spew trash and lies. It can spread. Right. Not everybody's a YouTube creator that signed up to be in this type of environment. Oh, the other statement I saw was, well, Betty said a lot of bad stuff about Queen's lawyer, and he could have sued her, but he didn't. First off, that's great, right? Like, I'm sure he felt no desire to go after Betty. Betty is a maniac. She literally is just a loose end, whatever. He dealt with her and her pro se ramblings long enough. He probably just wanted to be done with her. I can respect that. But respectfully, their lawsuit wasn't tied to a missing child who's reached national level. Their lawsuit didn't have a celebrity attached to it. There's far more awareness on Sebastian's case, on Dog the Bounty Hunter. You got the weirdos that pretend to be private intelligence group worth $1 million retainer. They're not comparable. I'm sure her lawyer could have very well sued if he wanted to. And again, because not everybody sues for money. That's silly. That's absolutely silly. Right, and she's a pro se maniac, rambling lunatic. You know what I mean? I'm sure there are plenty of lawyers who get spoken on every day and decide not to sue. That's great. I mean, everybody's different. I don't even know why the comparison, but it doesn't compare. It fell short. Not to mention, this is his back door. Right, little horses. I wish so too, Jesnit. I don't question it, straight talker, because I think it's been coming for a long time. Integrity means more than money. Right. Absolutely, Gary. Absolutely. Especially when somebody like Betty, who's crying you defamed her while defaming you for years. Absolutely. So when this attorney name is Googled, all the trash talk can be seen. Exactly. Like, no. And I have nothing to do with it. If he does it, if he don't, if he will, if he won't, has nothing to do with me. It has to do with Brittany and him. But I love the people saying he can't. A tiny part of me says my girlfriend hates my body, Jess. Why, James Steele? What? For what reason? Have you considered working out? All chat reminder. Thank you, Big Girl for Life. So as I was saying, Nick threw a little hissy fit over on X, and he made statements. Matter of fact, here was one of them. Granny will be watching tomorrow. I hope she's watching her email because she's in for a rude awakening. I won't be pressured, essentially extorted into taking a stand by an unstable stalker who catches in on my every move. Gloves are off. And that one kind of cracked me up, right? Because one, that wasn't even a slick play on words. It fell short. Two, I checked my email, nothing there as expected. Nothing at all there. Uh, he won't be extorted. Extorted. Is that kind of like the extortion they gave when he told us we better settle? He's going to have a press conference on our media court steps with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Extortion is something Nick knows well. He then says, unstable stalker who catches in on my every move. I know he's not talking about me because I don't fucking pay attention to him at all. So that can't be about me. Gloves are off. Mine never came off. I don't know about anybody else's, but mine's been on the whole time, ready to rock and roll. He also privacy struck Hartley, little coward. Then he wrote, oh, and just because we're on appeal doesn't mean I can't file fresh state and federal lawsuits for your pathetic daily rants and the incitement you two loons partly ignite. Daily rants. Who the fuck talks about Nick Daly? I certainly don't. Secondly, good luck. You shot your load with 47 counts in your last civil filing. The judge said without prejudice. You got any more counts to throw in there, buddy? Good luck with that. Um, you would be laughed out of federal court. You wouldn't even get past the initial state. Then he goes on to now claim him and Hong is crazy. This is Hong, if you can't tell, is crazy. The women never stop. Now the panel will be 12 period juries. And it's them claiming they are going to file a emergency motion for temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. The last 4 failed. What makes you think the 5th will go through? Secondly, who the hell is One World Society Corp? I think I want to know the identity behind these people that keep filing legal documents on me. And yeah, we look forward to your attempt, buddy. We look forward to your attempt, buddy. We suggest you read the Rooker-Feldman Doctrine. And I suggest Lasniak stops allowing you to use what I believe to be his license to file all these documents under his name. You've now had several co-plaintiffs come out and state they have no involvement in any of this. None of you check with them before doing another damn thing, that they're not even aware of what's happening. Can anybody say punitive damages? B. Tim, I'm sorry. B. Tim says, can't get blood from a stone. Betty broke and has to buy discount meat from a Walmart and lives on 25 to 30K a year and owes 3 years of back taxes. LOL. Good luck collecting on that. Oh, I agree. And like I said, it wouldn't cost my lawyer anything but time to file against Brittany. It's not like he's looking to have a big payday off of Brittany. No, you don't go around defaming people. So yeah, good luck, Nick and Hong. Good luck. I hope you don't file on behalf of all your plaintiffs again. We've already got word they're unaware of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying, Phonics? I know you know what I'm saying. So my lawyer responded to Lasniak. Dear counsel. Oh, wait. Let me make sure. Make sure all of you plaintiffs are aware, since we know, the lawyer and Nick and Hong don't really talk to you. You can thank me for giving you daily updates in your litigation, right? One's in the chat if you think the only way these people know anything is going on with their litigation is via us over here. You owe us. You're welcome. All the ones. They know it. We know it. Yep. What crawled up Nick's ass? Probably Hung. Oh, wait. Was that like a... I'm sorry. You weren't really asking, were you? Silly me. My bad. I didn't mean to answer that one. Oh, it just came out. Second nature, obvious. All right. I just need one quick second to grab my a charger cord. This one's not working. Do you guys think they still dress up in their Power Ranger costumes and play ninja with each other? I can see it. Maybe Hong was busy over the weekend, and that's why Nick had too much time. Oh, no, that's right. Hong had time on his hands, too. I never saw somebody write such broken English in my life. And listen, I get it. I know. No, I don't know, actually. Guy's been here long enough. I look forward to you taking the stand last time, Hong. What happened? Surely you'll jump up to join it this time, right? Good morning. Oh, there's my portable. Durr. Good morning, Jason. More like Paw Patrol. You're right, Mrs. Fletcher. Hong doesn't fit. I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself. Exactly, Hartley. Two basement dweller incels play acting being an intelligence agency, allegedly, pretending to have legal understanding when again the only legal understanding they have is the criminal system they fought and lost. Who would have thought Nick's such a pussy? I don't even like the word. Let's be honest. You never hear me say that. But who would have thought? You know, Nick, for somebody who sits over there and virtually sucks Donald Trump's dick, you sure are against our First Amendment, aren't you? You little insecure weasel. It's not our fault you lost weight and your teeth look too damn big. You want something to cry about, you little beta bitch? I'll give you something to cry about. Words hurt you? Well, you better get quite a few band-aids and a hug from Hung because I'm about to go the fuck in on your ass. If you think you're going to sit the rest of my life and threaten me with your frivolous litigation bullshit, I got another thing coming for you, buddy. You better call your parole officer and hope your fucking urine's clean, you piece of shit. You better seek permission before you make another post with my name in it. You think you're over there, Billy Badass, all this time writing on your ex, oh my God, sex story this and that, and abort and this and that. You and Hung are the biggest losers I ever fucking met. I don't even know how you still stay in Delco. You should have your head laid in shame. The fact that Lasniak even associates with a piece of shit like you says far more about Lasniak than I think he notices. You can sit here and have your little heyday, think you're on top of the world, but as soon as all this drops, I'm going to line up to do interviews right on our fucking court steps. You understand me, you little piece of shit? You can sit there and think you're on top of the world with your little tweets, your little happy fingers, your little tweets at people like you're friends with them. But we all know at the end of the day, you're nothing more than a wannabe delusional piece of shit who even the judge recognized as having some type of mental disorder that makes you believe you're a police officer or that you're living in a reality TV show where you do such. You hang off Dog the Bounty Hunter's dick because he was a fucking weirdo that chased around drug addicts on a fucking island talking about you can't hide from me. Well, no shit. Where are they going to hide at? Behind the coral and the fucking water? Where are they going, dog? It's a fucking island, you misfit weirdo. No shit, they couldn't hide from you. You know what's better than and it? I mean, first off, he's acting like he's this big belly tough ass. I go around and catch a bunch of addicts. You know who will sell it out in an attic? Another addict, quick as shit. If you offer him a couple dollars, ain't that right, Nick? Tell him about it, Hung. You're nothing but losers. You take advantage of our court system because the court system hasn't caught up to you yet, but you fucked with the wrong ones this time. And I'm hell-bent on making sure that your little buddy Lasniak doesn't continue to give his license for you to file these frivolous suits. You failed every single one of them. You owe a 5.5 defamation suit. Guess what? I'm in contact with him. How's John doing, by the way? I'll tell you how he's doing. He's excited to know you're back at it again. More excited to find out you told him you owe 10% of a $1,000,000 or $100,000 company. Do you know what that means? That means you have the money to pay the man for the defamation you owe him. Yeah, don't worry. We're working on that with him, Nick. He says hello, by the way. The fuck out of here. This guy sits over there I never saw somebody like these people crack me up. I want to be part of Trump's ally. What happened to Trump coming to find Sebastian? Hello? Anybody see what did he say? Oh, the troops are coming. Donald Trump and his people are going to be in Hendersonville looking for Sebastian, blah, 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 blah. The only thing Donald Trump's looking for is a reflection in a fucking pool that never took off. What do you mean? Where's he at? You sit over there and you tweet all these things trying to be all powerful with these people. You want to be just like them. I want to be part of Trump's party. But one of the things him, Elon Musk, all the men you idolize to be like, one of the things they don't like is little crybaby bitches like you. See, our country fought for our freedom of speech. We have a right to say what we like. I know it hurts your feelings. I know a lot of things hurt your feelings. Like I said, maybe you can go ahead and get a hug, okay, from Hung. But the courts aren't going to hug you because your little fifis are hurt. Your little delusions don't pan out, Nick. What type of weirdo says, I think she hacked into my home security? Oh, really? Do you? Oh, no. If you could have saw the judge's face, she's like, what? Your home security? The private intelligence group got hacked? I'm surprised it took Seth Rogers this long to come out and speak. What type of private intelligence group has to come out here all the time and tell you guys they've been hacked? What type of intelligence are you running? I hope not the intelligence of which Hung tweets. My God, can that man put together a proper fucking sentence? Now, we all know our phones have auto check at this point, right? It is 2026. The chance of you spelling a word wrong are like high to none. But somehow, Hung over there, oh my God, you ever read them in the way they're written? These ladies, stop. It's like the slow got the slow. That's what happened, isn't it, Nick? That's exactly what happened. You were the most intelligent in the slow class, and it went to your head, and you now think you're the shit. All the girls strolled over you. You were the best at coloring. You only went out the lines a few times. Your little misfit buddy Hong sat next to you in class and he had to tie his shoes, not because his fat ass couldn't reach them, but because he also couldn't tie them. Talking about shoes, my God, please, Hong, replace them. Talking about $1,000 shoes, the only thing that comes out 1,000 of them is the 1,000 screams you hear coming from them with every step you take. My God, these things are lean-ins. I'm not even shitting you. You ever see a fat, really, really fat person and their shoes are kind of slanted from the weight? That's exactly what you see with Hong. Every time they step, I hear the shoes saying, help me. Although that may be Nick. It's actually probably Nick. Now that I think about it. Yeah, it's probably actually Nick. Help me. Yeah. Never mind. Surely it was Nick, not the shoes. Oh, fucking weirdos. They just cry and cry and cry and cry. Exactly. There it is. My price. A Weasley con artist who throws tantrums every time he doesn't get his way would fit right in with the current. Well, you know what? For some reason, even they didn't want him. Sorry. Mm-mm. I'll never. This weirdo's over there tweeting at people like he's buddies with them. Matter of fact, you know what's hysterical? You want to hear a true story? There's a local guy to me that Nick was flexing. He was good friends with, right? Probably before he realized I'm from his area. So Nick's over there and he's, trying to flex. I'm good friends with so and so and so and so and this and so and so and that. Well, I happen to be really good friends with so and so. So I reached out to so and so and I said, yo, do you know Nick the Hat? Nick has the frat suit. And he's like, who? I'm like, Nick the Hat. And he's like, oh, that sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar? Look, I don't Google it. Watch the article that pops up. Big, loud, black, white. Fraud tries to frame Delaware County. Check it out. He looks at it and he's like, nah, I heard of him. I don't know him. I said, really? He took a photo with you and he keeps reposting it like your pals, like your buddies, like you're all cool. He said, I take hundreds of photos all the time when I go to events, whatever. He's like, I take photos with people. I said, oh, so he's not like cool, good people with you? You don't know him like that? No. Nor would I be associated with. See, that's the thing, Lesniak. People that actually have good standing and are credible people and upstanding people, they don't usually want to associate with the likes of. But for some reason, buddy, you're right there with them. After hours at the office, taking cool little selfies, testimonies. Oh, he's a great lawyer. He did this for me. But then when I look on the docket, you never even represented them. I don't know. Is that like deceitful? I think that may be deceitful. But then again, so is your entire existence, right? You know how embarrassing it is? Try to explain to a judge why you put 47 counts in a civil litigation. Hey, Nick, leave the civil filings to the real attorneys out here like Martucci and King, and you stick to the little measly criminal, let me get attention on social media ones. Didn't you just say the other day he's suing somebody else? Who was it he said he's suing? I could about fell over. Somebody knows. I can't remember. Well, for a while there, Agent 99, I was afraid of the creeps, right? I'm like, these guys are dangerous, they're unhinged, and they are. They're dangerous, they're unhinged. But I'm prepared now. Like, I know about their existence now. So there ain't shit they can do to me. Oh, that's right, he's suing the CIA. He's suing the CIA. This guy will do anything. Listen close, Seth Rogers. This guy will do anything to get attention, okay? Everything he does is with the search engine in mind. How can I get a little bit of attention? He didn't give a shit about your son, and I'm sorry to tell you that. I am sincerely sorry to have to be the one to tell you, but I told you back then. He doesn't care about you or your child, and he certainly didn't care about your friend, Tony. You know who did care, Seth? You may not have liked the way we expressed it. You may not have liked the words that we said, but we kept your son's name out there. I noticed the thumbnail of Seth Rogers' stream was he's media hungry. When did all the media awareness stop, Seth Rogers? When did it stop? When he was prosecuted, they said he'll do anything to create a false narrative. Yeah, he will. They also said that he's detached from reality, and I'm not quoting, but it basically, whatever the statement was, they pretty much implied this guy's not living in reality. He watched one too many, law and crime episodes. Something wrong with them. You know what cracks me up? Nick sits over there. You're inciting things against me. The daily harass me you bring my way. You don't think your interference in a nationally recognized missing child's name case, I'm sorry. You don't think that had a bearing on your reputation? You don't think that people realize by now that you didn't do shit for Seth Rogers or Sebastian? You don't think that people realize that your media company changes names more than you and Hung change underwear? You don't think people picked up on this type of fucking bullshit? You really think the word? First off, I don't speak about you, Nick, but if you want me to, I'll do to you what I do to Brittany. You can be my daily content, baby boy. You say the word. I'm tired of rejects like you thinking you're powerful. You are the Wizard of Oz. There is nothing but a small little insecure man behind that curtain. And if you don't think I'm well aware of that by now, hell, my lawyer had you on the stand shaking, walking back your words. Matter of fact, he had Hong talking about he's no longer a witness. What happened, Hong? You didn't want to be put up there with your buddy? You saw what happened? Oh. We can go Red Bull for Red Bull. iPhone for walking around an empty parking lot together. You let me know, Nick. But what you're not going to do is keep up your intimidation. What happened to, we sue Jeff Bezos? What happened to that, tough guy? We sue the richest man alive. Who's we? You and the delusion that you place yourself with? You know what Bruce Castor said about you all? One's in the chat if you want to be reminded what Bruce Castor said about them. You let me know. If the chat's interested, I'll remind you, Nick. I'll serve you a little humble pie. Oh, we got some ones rolling in. First off, Bruce Castor, who you claim to be good buddy pals with, jumped in a hot skippy. And if you don't believe me, I'll play it. When somebody called to say, why is my name? Why are my posts and it's this ridiculous filing? Bruce Castor, I have nothing to do with that. Well, your name's on it. Well, you must not be aware, but I have nothing to do with that. He goes on to say that all night media, they're all weird. That's what he said. He said, you're all weird. He said, you, Hung, Lesniak, you're all weird. That's what he said about you. Matter of fact, remember when you all tried saying those emails were fake all night media? Yeah, because tweeting all night long. Hung's over there all night. That's all they do together. Oh, look at my tweet. No, look at mine. Oh, I'm going to sue the CIA. Oh, I'm going to join the Navy. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. What's in the search engine today? What can we use to get popular? Oh, let's pretend we're part of the, what was the group called? That, I'm drawing a major blank here. Charlie Kirk's group. Remember they pretended they were part of that group? But you aged out, you weird fuck. Remember that? You guys remember that? Ever when Nick was tweeting he's part of Charlie Kirk's little group there? Who remembers when Nick's turning point, remember that? Who remembers when Nick said he was going to Harvard? You meant Harvey Levin from TMZ, right? Because surely you didn't mean Harvard. You weird shit. Harvard? You're going to Harvard? When's that semester start, buddy? Take Nick, take Hong with you. Hold his hand. Guy could use a little bit of education. I'm part of Turning Point USA. Aged out like 10 years ago. None of these people would ever be associated with the likes of you. Nick's one of those people that go to local events. Matter of fact, I was going to make a joke, right? I was going to make a joke and say Nick's one of those people that go to local events and takes pictures with a bunch of people and then uploads his profile picture to act like he's cool with them. But the truth of the matter is he does do that. See, Nick here likes to get, he likes to order those, what do you call those, cameos? Nick likes to order cameos. And you tell them what you want them to say. So, for example, I could do a cameo with, let's say, Kendrick Lamar. Right, Nick? Ain't like us. Anyway, I could do a cameo with Kendrick Lamar, and I could have him say, "Hey, Granny's watching. You're the best ever. Good job. I hope you win. Blah 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 blah." And he'll say verbatim what I ask him to say, so long as it's appropriate. So Nick does that, takes off the watermark, and presents it as if he's friends with the people. That's so pathetic. Oh, poor guy. Oh, how's your buddy Bill Cosby doing? Is he still alive? How's Bill Cosby doing, buddy? How's Bill Cosby? When he was prosecuted. Oh, that's right. I read that. I missed the other one. Sorry, barbecue. What batteries do turtles use? Dora shells. That's actually a good one. Yeah, bless it. All you got to do is just, little boys who never grew up. Bless it. Anyway, Nick, you tell me what daily speaking about you's like, because I promise you give more than enough. That we could deep dive what happened in Delaware County. You like to dox, don't you, Nick? You like to dox. You like to sue people claiming dox that never dox, but you like to dox, don't you? Anyway, we can do a deep dive on Nick if you want us to, Nick. If you want to file new paperwork and claim I talk about you every day and I'm stalking you and all the things in between, just let me know, because there's a lot out there. Well, I could see if John would come on as a special appearance. I'm sure he would like to talk about how you defamed the fuck out of him. He won a $5.5 million lawsuit, one of the biggest in that county, isn't it? Wasn't it, Chad, if you'd be interested to hear from these people? Wasn't it, Chad, if you'd like to have a little, I don't know, history on who this guy is? Lots of ones. To be expected, lots of ones. Real Trump says, fucking great start for my week, Granny. Thank you for the laughs. Thank you, Real Trump. Hey, by the way, Real Trump, do you know a real chump by the name of Nick? I'll never forget him saying, in the fall, Trump and his upcoming administration are going to come help find Sebastian. Remember when these idiots, these rejects, these stupid motherfuckers made a AI image, okay? Made an AI image of Donald Trump in an SUV and claimed that he was in Tennessee? But anybody with a lick of sense, like me, raised his hand, knew right away it was fake because Donald Trump would never sit in the front seat. Idiots. And you had that weirdo over there, that crime whatever weirdo over there, giddy as fuck. Donald Trump's in Tennessee looking for Sebastian. Did any of them ever come back out and admit they were wrong, or they lied, or they misguided their audience, or they believed two people that pretended to be part of a private intelligence group worth $1 million, yet they can't even type properly on X? Anybody? No. I don't think any of them did. Now that their buddy Seth did, maybe they'll speak up too, right? Let's get into that email. So, of course, I sent my lawyer Nick's little threats. I'm going to sue you more. And this is my lawyer's response. Let me clear my throat for this one. Sitting on a beach does something to you. By the way, speaking of beach, we made it to go see Toy Story 5. Luckily, our theater didn't lose power, nor did the bowling alley, but thank God the Walgreens didn't. I've never heard people sit in such arrogance, bragging to the audience about all the things they have, forgetting that the audience paid for it all. Did you all hear Brittany and Craig over there talking about their son has a multi-$1,000 computer? They got the latest Switch that cost $600 they never touch. What are we going to get them for Christmas? They have everything. Craig's over there with a brand new $2,000 phone, folks. $2,000 phone he has. I seen it when I was at Best Buy. It's $2,000. That fold phone, I wanted it too. Can't afford it, but they could. How could the people that can't afford diapers or formula afford such high technology? How could somebody who had to ask her audience for money for Christmas spend $600 of it on a gaming system that they never touched the first one of? So why do you think they play with the second? It dawned on me at this point, they're not buying things for those boys. They're buying them for Craig and designing it as if it's for them. How many of you gave to Brittany for her $10,000 to make the harassment stop fund? And this is what they got with it instead. Listen to them two talk as if they don't ask for their audience to pay for everything, including the toilet paper they used to wipe their ass. Blew my mind. Most importantly, I hope it blew the mind of everybody who donates over there. Hey, Diana, Goofy Diana, you're sending groceries to folks that are rubbing in your face how much money they have. Unbelievable. Right, Jiznet. Already talking about what they're going to get. She's going to be 6 months. You know what a 6-month-old needs for Christmas? A box. 2, 3 little gifts around her for memory purposes, but she won't play with a single one of them. They've never been to the movie theater, Miss GA. They've never been to the theater. Because Brittany stated, which was quite ironic, that she hadn't been to a theater. Did anybody else pick up on her calling it a theater? The fuck is that? Yeah, when we went to the theater. What? Anyway, she says she hadn't been to the theater since she was a child. Matter of fact, she hadn't been to a particular one since, she couldn't remember, but she had to be a kid, which is really weird because she claimed to not have grown up in North Carolina. I'm confused by it, but whatever. Theater. The fuck was that? I'm sorry. Let me get myself together. But anyway, yeah, we went to the theater. And then the Craig saying we have to drive out of town to be a good, what did he say, to be a good family? And I love how the theater turned into them going, instead they're going to plan to go to Olive Garden. But Brittany's going to pick this time where they go and Craig's going to pick the next time. I thought it was for the kids. Okay. But Craig wants to go to Hibachi, y'all, because he wants to see his 2-month-old baby terrified by the fire. That's right, folks. You heard it correctly. He wants to see how his 2-month-old baby reacts to the fire and the knives. Who speaks like that? Oh, bless it. I am just sidetracking at this point. We'll get into all of that. Let me keep it on point. Because this here stream's supposed to be about Seth Rogers, at night media / at night creative / at night private / at night all night, whatever name they go by today. It is sick. It is sick. Who says that? That's literally his words. I'm not kidding. That's what he said. All right, here's the email. So again, Nick responded that he's not going to be extorted. Gloves are off. Oh, just because we're on appeal doesn't mean I can't file a fresh state and federal lawsuit. Blah, blah, blah. So my lawyer said, hold his legal license. Here he comes. Dear counsel, you were given a courtesy. I will just act next time. Note, it is beyond the pale that your client, Nick the Hat, thinks he was being intimidated by a subpoena. Intimidation, like suing 2 women with baseless and legally incompetent claims, which included the just not in this case lawyer in the caption type of intimidation. Doing a video that asserted he beat Bezos, so you better settle type of intimidation. Utilize the name of a missing teenager for sensationalism to bring gibberish before a court type of intimidation. Never forget, you nor your compadres did anything for this missing teenager by this litigation. Perhaps it was the interplay with your client, Julie Valente, and claims brought on behalf of her mother that was the linchpin. Your client, the father of this missing child, wants to know why a sheriff might avoid him. Perhaps the sheriff is avoiding a drama created by the missing teenager's father being part of this litigation. Here is a newsflash. He should make a formal appointment request with the sheriff's office, make a paper trail, utilize the proper mediums, and if they fail, then others may be willing to assist. Nothing here helps or ever helped the cause of either parent. Make no mistake, helping a missing teenager's father was never the real intentions of your compadres. In any event, take heed. This office will use any tool under the rules of civil procedure available as a zealous advocate for our clients. We, however, do not bring criminal causes of action in a civil forum. In addition, we do not name litigants as plaintiffs and never bring a cause of action on their behalf as your office does. To be clear, if we need to issue subpoenas, we will. On another note, the past, quote, ex post of your client, Nick the Hat, asserting he had knowledge of the Pennsylvania Superior Court's decision in our matter on appeal is quite amusing. Now, if this was real, you do know people have breached the integrity of the court. The only individuals that would have knowledge concerning the appeal would be the judges, the law clerks, perhaps the judicial secretaries, and potentially court administration. Now, if this was true, who provided this information to whom? If true, depending on the recipient, this could be a real issue for them. See, the defense has not made an issue there too, because this could all be a trap. The trap? Yes, this never happened, but the defense raises concern based on your client's statement. Then we get played by bringing an issue wherein it is said we only brought this claim leak to the forefront because they're ruling dispositive to us. Thus, they could state we are making an issue to change the claimed outcome. Naive, we are not. Of course, someone could have just lied to the recipient or no such leak ever occurred. We'll just wait it out. For us, even if the appeal was dispositive to us, the case will go to the lower court, wherein you and your clients will be blown out of the court on preliminary objections. Eventually, all of you will face a Dragon Eddy action. Finally, that other client of yours and her compadre are being sued under the construct of the law, and only the legal process, what is going to happen to her there too, is going to make what happened to Jimmy Heidel look like a day at the beach. Happy 250th. His signature. Give me 1 second. Oh, so Nick called Tony erratic and media hungry. Erratic and media hungry. You don't say a national spokesman would be media hungry? Wow. Who would have thought a national spokesperson would be media hungry? Bob said, quit making me laugh. My COPD is flaring up today. Love you, landlord. Oh, gosh, Bob, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, I hear that's really bad. I'm so sorry. Hmm. What did Craig say? Craig says a lot of things. Matter of fact, did I hear Craig prayed that God would hurt me? Did that come back to me correctly? That this sweet Christian over there prayed that God would hurt me? It's not very Christian like. It didn't work though. Unless you're counting that mosquito bite that really itches. It didn't work. Oh, you might not know what a mosquito is because you don't go outside. You prefer the bugs that live in the home with you, right? The roaches, the flies, the bees. Oh, he did. Yeah. Okay. I thought so. I thought I heard that. Regina says, with her 22 months, happy 250th, he says. Yeah. He's a friendly person. He's a friendly person. I have a feeling when all's said and done, Mr. Lesniak is gonna have to figure out if if the harm to reputation he faces being associated with the likes of such a Nick and Hong is worth the license he worked hard to earn. Why won't this work? Damn it. Okay. We're going to stop trying with that. Is he married? Sounds like David Beckham or Silver Fox. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Holy crap, Nick. Holy crap. It's two. It's two of your plaintiffs. Wow. Gee, golly. Two of your plaintiffs. And look at that. Look at that, Nick. He got quite a lot of attention off of it. 1,100 likes on it. These are all the people that supported you because they supported him. Wonder how they feel about you now. Many of us keep your son's name out there. Seth, reach out to Chris in the interview room. Sad to tell you, Barb, but a lot of people don't want anything to do with Seth since he filed a RICO. Vinnie Politan started off an entire stream making fun of the idea of a RICO. Let's jump in. Whoa. Is that a raccoon on Betty's shirt? No, listen, I love a cute raccoon shirt. See, that's what's funny about it, Nick. You went after us, calling us the raccoons, the skunks. Not recognizing you were actually getting in bed with them. I like a cute raccoon shirt, but I think if I was going to be doing something as important as sitting next to the father of a missing child in his first appearance in months, I'd wear something a little more professional. What do I know, though? Hey, new account. It is, yeah. He did demand that everybody stop talking. You would never wear a raccoon shirt? Oh. I have one from Five Below. It's really cute. It says "Stay Trashy," and it's the raccoon. I just love the colors of it. I wear it as a cover up for the pool and stuff. I do. New account, who this with the 10 gifted? Thank you so much, new account. Thank you. All right, let's get into it.
Should be live now.
Looks like it.
Oh, this is riveting already, right off the bat. Should be live now. Looks like it.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Seth.
I think you can hear me just fine, right?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Everybody can hear us.
Now, this is what's ridiculous, right? Betty's an everyday streamer. Seth isn't. She could have helped him start this off in a more capturing way, you know?
I think we're good.
Looks like it. Hi, everybody. Hey, Chuchi, Rainy Ding, Sassy, Jeff, Sonia.
Yeah. Live in purely, Betty's shirt says. Patriot. His hat, Patriot.
First, I'd like to start off with...
Let me check that hat out really quick. Sorry, hold on.
First...
Can't see it too well, but this is the man that sent his child's mother, who had just given birth, to serve the country, right? He didn't go.
I'd like to start off with thank you, everybody.
United States of America patriot that likes to sue people for their First Amendment.
For being here. It's been a minute since I've been live, and I appreciate those that, you know, have patiently waited for me to go live. Bullhorn, one of them, you know, Jan, you know, a lot of people have won.
We did. I did. I just called him out last week for not using his platform to bring awareness to his child. You know he saw it because we know he saw and heard what Brittany and Craig had to say about his son, which good on him for taking a stand against. Mm-hmm. Rita, a lot of people say that. They have said that. We'll see.
Wanted me to go live for a while now. It's been a hell of a trip. Trip's not over with yet.
A trip. A hell of a trip, and the trip's not over with yet. Does a trip happen to end on somebody's 18th? Sweet Jones with the skull emoji. Thank you so much. Thank you. At least BHB puts his face up when she's grifting.
You know, my son went missing on February 25th, reported missing February 26th, 2024.
His son went missing on the 25th, but wasn't reported until the 26th. That's a new way to say that, isn't it? Didn't they fight to change the disappearance date to the 26th? That's how I feel to retirees. I'm going to try not to mute too much, but some of this stuff's sticking out.
There's been a lot of people out here running their mouth with nothing good to say. There's people out here that's been, you know, keeping his name out there, and I appreciate everybody that's doing that.
Here's the thing, Seth. Not everybody has to say good things. Welcome to the internet. New account. Did you gift 5 over on Kick? Something's coming up saying 5. Thank you so much. You did. Thank you. 5 on Kick and 10 on YouTube. You're the best. Thank you. So it's interesting he says that. Some have been talking with nothing good. Yeah, like your co-plaintiff, Brittany, and her boyfriend, Craig. Right? Some have been keeping Sebastian's name out there. What? The ones you didn't threaten to sue? You know, I saw people when I made a post, they kept reflecting back to Clue. Well, Clue's friends with the mom and she doesn't speak on his behalf. First off, Clue was threatened to be sued. After everything she has said and done on behalf of Sebastian to help out Chris, Katie, and Seth threatened to sue her. I don't know if people forget, just because she wasn't listed in this one, they certainly had her listed as a doe. She was their original target. I don't know many people that would risk having to pay thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to keep somebody's name out there, to keep a missing child's name out there. In the perfect world, it sounds real noble. Oh, I'm going to do it anyways. He deserves the awareness. But you have to let the reality come in. And reality is, unfortunately, the fact that you could face a lawsuit for keeping his name out there. Right, they always go back to Clue, Kathy, when my whole point was about those who sued. Brittany was never told to stop. Betty was never told to stop. Julia Valente was never told to stop. That Chase and Wine lady was never told to stop. Why didn't any of them keep it going? Right, Seth sent her a C&D. Sorry. Shelby says, don't know if you saw this prior to now, but he really paid attention to everything he says. I have not seen it. This is going to be the first time seeing it. I went into it blind to blind react.
Betty being one of them, Jen being another one, Smiley.
Wow, everybody that wasn't facing litigation. Granny has the receipts because she was put into a RICO lawsuit that is connected to a missing child. I'm sorry for what they have put you through. Stay strong. Thank you, Chickalicious. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Right, threats and intimidation kept people quiet. Those not threatened, they got to be as loud as they wanted. Thank you, Gare.
Freedom.
You know,
the ones who berate and bash Chris and Katie. Name them all.
My son is not the only child out here that's missing, but
Does she,
He's the one
Angela?
that brought me out here to begin with.
Wait, what?
And
I'm sorry, what?
brought me out here to begin with, but my son is not the only child out here that's missing, but he's the one that brought me out here to begin with.
Okay, so that's such a weird statement. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Because I've had people say that to me. All right. I've had people say, hey, when you talk about Sebastian, you should do a video and have like all the missing kids and remind everybody he's not the only missing kid and blah, blah, blah. And the reason to do that is if you're trying to open the doorway. And I just find it bizarre that he would even make that statement. Because if my child was missing, my God, that'd be the only child I'd recognize. That's my child. My child's missing. I couldn't even imagine being like, well, my child's missing, but he's not the only one. I agree, Joe Madre. But he brought me out here. It's an odd statement. It's an odd statement. Matter of fact, I would love if one of these behavioral analysts, the ones that cleared Chris and Katie when they did their analysts of them, if they would ever, and nobody ever has, covered Seth Rogers in one of his many speeches. I would love to hear how they feel about all of this, how they take these statements, because to me, that's a weird statement.
And, my son is not the only child out here that's missing, but he's the one that brought me out here to begin with. And until I find him, I'm going to be out here.
Are you? Where have you been for the past year?
A lot of things have been coming out lately. Noticed that At Night turned around and put out a video the other day. And they had a few choice words in there which henceforth the title of this media hungry,
Did anybody see this video from At Night? See how little I pay attention to you, Nick? Had no idea you put a video out there. I will say shout out to Betty for actually having Sebastian's photos up. It's more than his father did. Everybody's saying no. Nope, he didn't. No video? What is he talking about then? Oh, that's bizarre. Okay. All right.
Really? Of this media hungry, really? It's a shame that they wanted to sit there and say that I was media hungry. Like every job that I've had, we don't talk to the media because we're not authorized to talk to the media.
Another bizarre statement. Every job we've had, we don't talk to the media? Can you send it to me by chance, Jackie? I'd appreciate it. Listen, even if Seth was media hungry, he should be. His child's missing. He should be as hungry as he can get to get media attention on his missing child. There's no shame in that. But don't you all think that's why he signed on with a media group, At Night Media, to help further the reach for his son? Don't you think the fact that they said they had Dog the Bounty Hunter on board, on team, was a big reason he signed on with these guys to begin with? There's a lot of things to judge Seth on, but I think I think that's not even an insult. I personally like hearing that he was media hungry. Why didn't anything come with it? He sure did turn down media interviews. I agree, Red Flats. Weird statement, but okay. All right.
And, if somebody else had done it, that was, a parent for my, and like every job that I've had, we don't talk to the media because we're not authorized to talk to the media. And, if somebody else had done it, that was, a parent for my son, I wouldn't have to. and I prefer that they hadn't used that terminology. But they also...
First off, why are you putting anything on Chris and Katie? I thought they were monsters. Why would you expect them to? Thought they were monsters. Secondly, they're the ones that went to Ken Maine, a very upstanding guy. Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. A very upstanding guy with the credentials to help, who didn't want to get involved because you made it so drama-filled. The way he just put that whole statement, the jobs that I've worked, we don't talk to media because we're not authorized. But if the other parents would have done it, I wouldn't have had to. Didn't they just do a special? Derek Lezier, wasn't Katie just on one of those cop specials or whatever? Didn't they just do a special with a TV show as well? What do you mean if the other parents would have? What have you been doing? These type of people with this mentality, this whatabouts, that's why all these co-plaintiffs have come together. They all have that whataboutisms. Brittany's being confronted about her behavior, and she's like, but what about the people that do this? What about them? Well, we're talking about you, Seth. Who cares what Chris and Katie didn't do? What did you do? My golly. It's so juvenile. Grow up. Anybody shocked that this guy brought up Chris and Katie within 10 minutes of live streaming? Chris and Katie had a interview lined up with all three parents, but Seth wanted to do it. Sat
there and stated that the person that I had that was my spokesperson was erratic. And I felt that was just an insult to Tony Mathis. May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace. I absolutely agree with that to an extent, but he is erratic. I agree with that. He was erratic.
He was a brother to me, and I really just don't appreciate somebody talking crap about somebody that they had no idea about.
What do you mean?
The fact is at night and I don't work together.
Oh, no?
They don't put anything past me before they put it out there.
They don't?
So sometimes they run their mouth, but there's a lot of people out here that are running their mouth about my son.
They run their mouth about your son? Do they? This is very interesting. This is an interesting thing taking place. And Betty, why aren't you speaking up? How do you feel? You hired them, Seth. That was your team. What do you mean you don't work with them? That's your buddies, your team. That's the green team. They're going to find and bring Sebastian home.
And not in the good sense. The good people that sometimes they run their mouth, but there's a lot of people out here that are running their mouth about my son. And not,
silly me, I thought this was going to be about Sebastian.
Not in the good sense. The good sense is to keep his picture out there. As you can see, Miss Betty's got that as her background, you know.
Here we go again, but what are you doing, Seth? The good thing is to keep his picture out there. You created a whole YouTube channel off being the father of a missing child, and you don't even post his photo. Betty has it. Yeah, shout out to her for that. But why don't you? You're right, Stephanie. When has he ever made this about him? You're right.
There's a lot of people out there that continue to share his posters, share his flyers, and I appreciate all of that. I always want people to share his flyers. I want people to talk about him. My son is a candlelight in the dark. It's been really dark as of late because somebody has hidden that candle from me.
Listen close, friends. Listen close. Here he goes with his Dr. Seuss impersonating Dr. Phil talk. Somebody has hidden that candle from you, Seth? On your trip?
It's been really dark as of late because somebody has hidden that candle from me. I don't appreciate it.
I don't appreciate it.
But I need my son.
This is fucking. I'm sorry. This guy is so bizarre. This guy is so bizarre. My son's not the only missing child, but he's the reason I'm out here. Somebody has hidden him from me, and I don't appreciate it. Like, this is fucking bizarre. You're better off not talking, but I mean, my golly. Post Sebastian's flyer and keep it moving. This is so weird to me. It's so weird.
To know that I am still looking for him.
When? Where?
I haven't changed my phone number.
Wow.
It is going to never change because that's the phone number he knows.
I haven't changed my number in 15 years either. Betty's drinking a Coke. These people are so professional.
I want my son to call me. I want my son to call me so I know where he's at, know that he's safe, or that he calls me that he will be safe as soon as I get there.
Oh, wow.
Because he's all that really matters to me. And I miss him. You know, it really kind of sucks. My son goes missing.
It really kind of sucks. Your child's missing. It really kind of sucks. You don't appreciate it. Mrs. Fletcher, I'm trying so hard. Like, I even told myself, all right, if you play this, don't be too hard on the guy, right? At the end of the day, he is a father whose child's missing. But he doesn't make it easy. He kind of misses him. It's all just bizarre.
Really kind of sucks. My son goes missing. And then I dealt with a lot of betrayal at the beginning of this.
Betrayal from strangers?
You know, people that I thought I could trust that come to find out you just can't trust. And
what was the giveaway? The fact that he was a federal rat that snitched out his best friend? Or was it the fact that he bought drugs off somebody and then took him to the police station to have the person arrested? Or perhaps it was the prostitutes he sent to his neighbor's house. You see, this is what happens when you're more driven by attention for yourself than awareness for your child. I'm sorry, but comparing betrayal to your child missing, it's just bizarre. It's so weird.
It's definitely a learning experience. I hope that at some point in time I can find my son and you know, if anybody ever needs any advice or anything, I can help them with it too. Because there's nothing like it. There's nothing like not knowing where your kid is. Just knowing that he's not where he's supposed to be. You know, he's not in school. He's not in his room. He's not, you know, at the park playing. He's not at the game store sitting there playing cards. He's not at D&D. He's not fishing. He's not with
Chris and Katie and home alone for 16 hours a day when he's with you?
I don't know where he's at. I just know that he's not where he's supposed to be. And then Mr. Mathis came by, and with Tony, it was like I asked him to be my spokesperson. He's the only person I asked to be my spokesperson. And I don't know about replacing him because he can't be replaced. Yeah, the position for being a spokesperson can be replaced, but Tony was more than that. Tony was like my brother. He was there. He gave sound advice. He was there to protect me, so I could focus on finding Sebastian. And
did that protection? Did he protect you when he put his best foot forward for you and maintained a professional stand-in? Did he protect you from all the drama panels you went on? All the vultures you got in bed with? When did he protect you? When he lied on your behalf about remember when Seth Rogers lied about breaking up a fight in the jail that broke his glasses and he got hurt during, and then we found out that was a complete lie because he wasn't even employed with the jail any longer. One's in the chat if you guys remember that. But he lied for you. He doubled down on that one to back you. So I guess there's that. Oh, he makes that statement. You're kidding. No wonder Seth and non-Black Jackson get along so well.
I just don't appreciate people who don't know him, did not know him, running their mouth about a good man. And, you know, those people, they don't have the right idea in their head for helping find people, find the missing.
Wait, what? What did he just say?
In their head for help. Those people, they don't have the right idea in their head for helping find people, find the missing.
They don't? You mean putting up billboards? That wasn't the right idea? Oh, I'm sorry. Your team put up billboards that bashed the Proudfoots. They didn't look for Sebastian. They bashed the Proudfoots. Actually physically searching, bad idea. Passing out bracelets to keep awareness, bad idea. I'm sorry. Should they have instead put up a cartoon image of Sebastian on t-shirts and sold them for profit? Should they, instead of joining searches, should they have held personal searches where only 4 of you come? Well, what do you mean they don't have the right idea? What is the right idea? Because I haven't seen any ideas come from these guys. Have any of you at all seen these people at all search? Any awareness given? Any, I don't know, billboards put up? Photos passed around? Seth Rogers doesn't even take advantage of having a platform to post his missing son's flyer. What do you mean they don't have the right idea? What is the right idea? This is the man who should come on here right now eating humble pie because he got in bed with a bunch of con artists and ruined the awareness for his missing child. And instead, he's taking his time to put down others that they don't have the right idea?
Somebody wanted, you know, like I said, at night wanted to sit there and say that I was media hungry. I don't even know really what that means.
Then why are you bothered by it? Why are you bothered by it if you don't know what it means? And if you weren't media hungry, why'd you get in bed with them?
I mean, I have to keep my son's name out there. I got to keep his picture out there.
But you haven't.
Because the media doesn't care. Mainstream media does not give two shits about my son.
You know what pisses me off about that? Media gave more awareness to Sebastian Rogers, to Seth Rogers, to Chris and Katie than many missing children get. Do you know how many parents have missing kids right now whose names you'll never hear? Do you know how many children are missing every single day and you'll never see their photo? I'm sorry, but Sebastian Rogers was given, Seth Rogers was given, Chris and Katie Proudfoot were given more of a jump, more of a leg up in the missing child awareness arena that many other parents get. They've had actual specials on recognized documentaries. Vinnie Politan, News Nation, Nancy Grace. When did that get ruined, though, Seth? Would it have been about the time you brought your friend Justin on there with a blob image that they created using Canva and claimed there was a photo of Chris stealing Sebastian that night? Are you kidding me? I guarantee if you guys Google missing children in your area, there are going to be faces and names you've never heard. They were handed awareness on a silver platter. And the greed in him wanted more. He wanted to spend more time disparaging Katie than he did spreading awareness for Sebastian. And it didn't take long for these companies to realize it and wake up. But I'll tell you, the day it all stopped, The last time Vinnie Politan ever spoke about Sebastian Rogers, they started it off talking about Rico and mobsters and what Rico was originally made for, because they were making a mockery out of the idea that these guys were suing creators alleging Rico. And that is the day the awareness died. Thank you so much, Petty, for being a member for 21 months. This is so unbelievable.
Got individuals that are on social media that do. It does not give two shits about my son. Got individuals that are on social media that do.
You know what? What does he think? That every night the 5 o'clock news should play Sebastian's photo? When he himself doesn't put it up on his public monetized YouTube channel? You want the news to do more for you than you do for him? What more could you have wanted? It's unbelievable, Saturday Search, how much awareness they were given. TMZ, News Nation, you were on your local Tennessee news several times. But what's sad is you were on it because you were disparaging the local police, because you were filing a RICO against 2 single mothers from Pennsylvania, not because you were the father of your missing son, because you changed the wave of attention, because you platformed yourself in front of Sebastian, because you and your cronies wanted your own personal attention, that you took it away from the person that needed it, your son. You are to blame for this, nobody else. Not YouTube creators, not At Night, not anybody else but you and the choices you made along the way.
They care because they share his picture, they share his name.
Do you care then, Seth? Do you care then? Because you don't share his picture, nor do you share his name. So do you care, sir? If that's a symbol of caring, then do you care? Because you know who I saw share his picture every single day? Every single day. Trevor Lee. You know what Trevor Lee received to appreciate his efforts, to thank him for his daily reminders of Seth Rogers' son? He got berated on a panel. He got berated on a panel and was told that he doesn't have permission to speak on my son. He got threatened. He got threatened with litigation. He got sent a C and D. Every single day, Trevor Lee posted that child's photo. Boy, right, Nicole B, boy. JLR, you don't have to like him, but he put out more awareness on Sebastian's name than anybody did. Stephen Crabtree used actual equipment, expensive equipment to search. And he got his job called by your buddy sitting on the panel with you right there to impact his living. You know, they often say that, oh, the people we had searching for Sebastian, the people we had searching for him were threatened. No. You and your cronies threatened everybody you didn't like, because the idea of everybody else spreading awareness and getting attention hurt the little fragile egos of these guys over here. They wanted the attention. They wanted the awareness. They wanted the News Nation interview. And they wanted to shut everybody else up so they could have it. How'd that work out for you, Seth? How'd it work out for you?
That's important to me. I do want everybody to know that I am doing things behind the scenes.
No, you're not.
I haven't stopped. I won't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop until
you're filing litigation behind the scenes. You're doing nothing. You're standing outside a police station yelling at them.
I haven't stopped. I won't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop until my son is home. I just can't. There's no such thing as stopping. You know, there's just there is no stopping until the goal is met. And the goal is to find my son. This goal is to find.
Now I have a question for Seth. If the goal is to find your son, Seth, then why did you shout out in the beginning of this stream? And why do you associate with people that say Katie killed him? Because if people believe that Katie killed Sebastian, they will no longer search. If he is no longer on this earth, as your people that you shouted out want people to believe, then people won't look. They won't keep their eyes open. They won't see a child that perhaps looks like Sebastian report it because your people convinced them that Sebastian is no longer on this earth. It's quite the oxymoron, isn't it? You can't have it both ways.
My son and bring him home. You know, it's a shame that, and this, you know, each person is their own.
Here we go. Let me
I'm his
down to
dad.
parents.
That's what I want to do. Is I want to find him and bring him home because I believe it's what a parent should want to do. They should want to protect their children.
See, now I have to wonder. I want to bring him home because that's what a parent should want to do. Are you just mirroring what you think people want to hear? What society expects from a missing father? Because all of these statements are so bizarre. Hear it again.
It's what a parent should want to do and bring him home because I believe it's what a parent should want to do. They should want to protect their children. If their children go missing, if their children get hurt, our job is to protect them. You hurt my son, I'm a dad, so you hurt my son, I want to hurt you. Mm-hmm. You know? My son is lost. I want to find him. I want to make sure that he's not lost.
I feel like he's trying too hard to say what he thinks people want to hear. My son is lost. I want to find him. I want to make sure he's not lost. It just doesn't feel genuine. It just doesn't.
And I want to make sure that he brings home.
Okay.
Sometimes, and this is nothing against you, Miss Betty.
Actions are more than words. Your words are saying it, but your actions are not. C&Ds to every good person that was credentialed, that had their feet on the ground in Tennessee. Do you all remember that? Licensed private investigators that were boots on the ground in the area Sebastian disappeared from were sent cease and desist letters stating they did not have permission from Seth Rogers to use his name or his son's name to search. What do you mean?
Jen, you Lady Freedom, any of the creators that are out there
that are back.
Sometimes I just feel alone in this because
you are alone. I told you, Seth. You got in bed with those dogs. Now you lie with fleas. I told Seth a year ago, the day will come when you'll be nothing more than a chatter in the chat box. The room will no longer stop and go, oh my God, there's Seth. You will no longer get praise when you jump up on panels. You will no longer be anything other than another chatter. These people didn't care about you. They didn't care about Sebastian. Every single person you got in bed with are self-serving, fragile ego, attention-hungry pieces of shit. But I've always been taught, birds of a feather.
Do. You know? Tony was the person I would call. And I don't have him. You know? But there was other people that relied on Tony. You know, Tony had a daughter, had a son, had a wife, a mom and dad. So many people showed up at his reward.
So many people showed up. What?
People showed up at his reward.
So many people showed up at the reward.
So many people showed up at his reward.
What the hell does he say there? At his memorial. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Tony's lawyer has still not notified the courts of Tony's passing.
Just absolutely no room to park. The whole parking lot was full. The empty lot next to it was full. Line out the door. Tony was a good man. Tony touched a lot of people. He sure did.
I've seen this. I'm sorry, but I feel like this guy's getting more passionate and more genuine when it comes to Tony than I've heard him speak of his own son.
Tony touched a lot of people. He sure did touch me.
Okay.
You know, he was that person I could call when I was in just had many conversations with Tony.
That's fantastic.
And the world needs more people like Tony.
I assure you it does not. I assure you it does not. My thing fell. Hold on. I assure you the courts are filled enough. It is a shame when you lose. So here's the thing, right? The Tony we knew was not a good Tony, right? We can all say that. We can all admit that. The Tony we knew was not really a good Tony. We didn't get to know the side of Tony that Seth knew. When Seth lost Sebastian, Seth didn't have any friends, right? Seth hadn't dated since Katie. He himself admitted he didn't have many friends, whatever. All right. He met Tony and Tony became his best friend. And in a way, there's a trauma attachment, right? Tony came in, represent himself as a hero in the night. I was a spokesperson for Cal Paris. Let me be a spokesperson for you. I got media connections, Jennifer Coffendoffer, and so forth. And it is sad because in a way, Tony did rely or Seth did rely on Tony a lot. And there is a bit of a trauma bond there. And I'm sure he does miss him as much as we're seeing here. Sad. That is sad.
But hopefully you guys start seeing things that I've been working on in the background, behind the scenes, slow going.
It's been over a year. How slow can it get?
It's really.
I mean, unless you're putting together an entire search team with over 100,000 people, how much slower can you get? It's been 9 months since anybody has done anything in regard to Sebastian. How slower can you get?
Really slow going, as Betty right here can tell us. Dealing with politicians.
Oh,
is
there you go.
Like,
there you go. So again, you're not searching for Sebastian. Instead, you're going down the political route with Betty because you want attention. It's not for awareness, it's for personal attention. We're going to change laws and we're going to do this and we're going to take the sheriff down and everybody's going to grandstand for us. This isn't about Sebastian.
Pulling nails. Only the nails aren't there anymore because somebody already removed the nails. And it's like,
You're describing it entirely too nice.
Oh. Now she pipes up. He mentioned Betty's favorite thing. Trouble. Let's start trouble with the politicians. Here comes Betty. Why does Seth always speak in these weird, like, what do you call those when you compare things like that? He always speaks like that. My son is like a deer frolicking in the woods. Like, he always says this weird shit. It's like pulling nails, but somebody already hammered the nails in. What are you even talking about?
Only the nails aren't there anymore because somebody already removed the nails. And it's like,
And now,
You're describing it entirely too nice.
Well, children may watch this at some point in time. Okay. And, politics.
Children may watch this at some point in time. You're describing it too nice. What are you two weirdos up to?
Politicians are just pieces. They're
Beep, beep. Hold on.
Some politicians are just pieces of shit. So are you two.
Politicians are just pieces. They're
beep, beep. Hold on.
Oh, spare us, you
I don't think that was long enough or loud enough.
Oh. Would any of you retain these two to spread awareness on your child? Hell, not even my living. This is what, like, there's no professionalism between any of these people.
I didn't want to blow your eardrums out.
Okay.
Yeah, then I'd have to scream and yell like somebody else I know.
Like Betty?
Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me in that tone of voice.
Yeah, that was a jab towards Betty.
But I'm working on it. I mean, I'm still working on it. You can only go as fast as they will move. And politicians don't move. I mean, let's face it. And the politicians that I'm working with actually have other jobs too. And, they're politicians part-time and full-time other jobs. And,
He is so bizarre.
things just aren't moving as fast as I would like to. I'm an impatient person. Not as impatient as, Miss Betty here. But
two losers.
But I'm still working on it. Been still working on Sebastian's law, working on other things behind the scene, and should see something hopefully by the end of this coming week.
Oh, now it'll suddenly end by this coming week. You know what you should be working on? You know what I'd have a lot of respect for Seth if he did? If he went out there and he actually exposed at night media, Dog the Bounty Hunter. Oh, I know. I called it out back then. People thought I was wrong. I said, no, he absolutely set him up. He told Seth Rogers, I have somebody that could help you, a great guy. And next thing you know, Seth appeared with Tony. Then they finally came out and they actually admitted that's how they got linked up together. But it was obvious with the context clues. So many people like to ignore context clues. They're important. Rather you like what they implicate or not. They're important. No, he doesn't need politics to spread awareness. He doesn't. But again, it's not for awareness for Sebastian. It's awareness for themselves. All signs, they just make things up. They really do. Again, if Seth came out here and warned people of the harm of Dog the Bounty Hunter and his cronies and the misguidance and the hopes and dreams they sell that never come true, I would respect it a lot. Obviously.
See something else come to fruition. Or at least begin the fruitation.
What?
Or at least see something else come to fruition. Or at least begin the fruitation. Because there's other things besides politicians, right, Miss Betty? There's like court systems. They move just as slow, if not slower, than politicians.
It's molasses in Tennessee. Wait a minute. Complete molasses.
I'd have to say the reason that they move slower than politicians, but no, they move about the same, because aren't most like judges and stuff like that, aren't they elected too?
Why is it that right, fruitation? Why is it that Seth always gets really like he's very similar to Brittany. They both get giddy when it comes to drama, but not the things that matter. Fruitation. He's getting giddy at the idea that Betty's suing his local police, and then you wonder why they won't take phone calls with you, Seth. What does Betty suing the police have to do with finding your missing child? It has nothing to do with it, but it's attention for themselves. Can y'all help my dreams of receiving good thumbs up come to fruitation like a watermelon? Fruitation. I love fruitation. If you could smash that thumbs up like it's a watermelon. Every thumbs up you smash is planting a new seed, fruitation, to come to fruitation.
Judges are elected, your sheriff's elected, your mayor's elected. However, your mayor's responsible for your police chief. So if you're in a city and you can't stand your police chief, fire your mayor, problem solved.
Oh, that's all you got to do, folks. Fire your
and
mayor.
On top of that, well, there's other things too, because they may be in control of the police chief, but the sheriff's department normally get their fundage from the mayor as well.
Their fundage? They normally get their fundage from the mayor as well?
Council, county. Well, typically, I don't know what it is. I think that changes from state to state. Our sheriff we give him an allotment every year, and he does his own budget. I think we give him like $235 million or $275 million, and he just runs his own budget. We give him whatever his max cap is. And
Betty, you give to Florida, bitch. You have nothing to do with Tennessee. You give to Florida. Your fundage goes to Florida.
He does what he's going to do with it.
I'm not even quite sure you contribute much.
Is Sheriff who is it? Sheriff
Thank you, Fibro.
Yeah, is that your sheriff?
No, he's in Polk County. Mine's oh, good gracious. Rick Wells. Good. My gracious. I talk about him almost daily, and I just
my gracious, I cause trouble. Yeah, you ever hear the saying you don't eat where you shit? Betty is the definition of she literally eats shit. You ever see the gray meat she eats? Oh my gosh, I wouldn't feed it to my cat. Ugh. I wouldn't feed it to the raccoons outside of Brittany's house. Oh, listen to these two troublemakers. How giddy they get talking about lawsuits and firing people. But when they talk about Sebastian and bringing awareness, they move like molasses and nothing comes to fruitation. So gross. Bunch of troublemakers. Bunch of
bad losers. There's not more sheriff.
Too much time on their hands.
Grady's around.
Yeah. Well, I think we have a good.
Grady would have chewed you up and spit you out, Seth Rogers.
A good bunch of sheriffs here, and I mean, there's a few questionable sheriffs throughout Florida, but we've got like Broward County Sheriff is pretty good. We've got Polk County Sheriff's really good.
Do we really give a fuck?
Manatee County Sheriff's really good. Like my sheriff here, he was raised with law enforcement, like literally in his blood. Like his DNA is law enforcement. It doesn't get, for me, it doesn't get really much better than that. But the crap you got going on for you there in Sumner County, taking care of your son's case, on the other hand, is not.
They take care. You're talking about they put him in a basket, rolled it up, threw it in the closet, forgot about it? Because that's how I feel.
They put him in a basket, rolled him up, threw him in the closet, and forgot about him. That's how he feels. How do you think the police feel when they're putting in the actual work, the investigative work that you have no idea what it consists of, although you claim to be a sheriff yourself, and they have you two losers out there starting trouble, suing them, berating them, putting them down every single day? Right. How do people listen to any of them? It's all I hear with Betty. Sue happy. People are Sue happy. It's another perfect example of you don't shit where you eat. But these people want to sue everybody, and he wants to sit there and berate and embarrass and put down the police and then say they're not doing anything for him. Why aren't you doing anything, Sheriff Seth? Why aren't you doing anything?
That's certainly how it looks. I'm not going to argue with you on that front. It's certainly how it looks.
They can't use filters like you, Betty.
Definitely seems like they have forgot that my son even lived in their county or has went missing or anything else.
Wow, really? Interesting.
It's on my nerves,
Self-admitted suspect. Interesting.
I think the one thing out of this whole case that gets on my nerves is...
Tell us, Betty.
Whenever you told me that you were able to pull right up and walk right into the house, and you were there over an hour later. That's...
And you were there over an hour later. Interesting statement. Who remembers Seth saying he sat in his truck and observed the behaviors of everybody? That's a bizarre thing to do. If I got a phone call that my child was missing, the last thing I would do was pull up to the last place he was seen and sit in my truck to see how others are behaving. I'd come flying out of that vehicle, probably before it even put it into park, and run in there with a quickness. Such a bizarre statement. Oh, they let you in the house. Imagine if they didn't let them in the house. Imagine how they would spin and cry about that one. Oh, you didn't want me to see what was inside? You didn't want me to see the scene that was inside?
Pretty.
They should have had a uniform out there stopping anybody. They should have had some tape up, make sure
the family shouldn't even have been able to be in the house. Most of the time, I've never known any missing child. Even when the child just goes missing in the woods, I watched an umpteen million videos, and they make the mom stand outside with them.
See how excited they are once again to be able to put down the Proudfoots, because that's what this is leaning into. I'll tell you what, I watch all the time police videos, and when a child goes missing, they don't make people sit outside. When that little boy, that foster child was missing, Anna found him in the attic, they didn't make the whole family sit outside. It wasn't a crime scene. What do you mean? These people are so bizarre in the way they think.
They won't let her go back in the house.
That's a lie, Betty.
So why in the world was anybody allowed to go back in the house? They should never have been allowed back in the house. You should have never been allowed to walk in that house. No matter how you look at it, that's my biggest pet peeve out of every single thing that I heard from you.
That's your biggest takeaway out of everything you've heard? Oh, they're so weird.
I mean, I agree. I should not have been allowed to walk right in there. I mean, the fact is I got that message at 7:20, and I got there at about 8:20, 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's different than the time frame you gave before, Seth. Salty Mamas, thank you for the hell yeah. You said last time that you said you got there in 45 minutes, then you changed it so you got there in 35 minutes because you put your foot to the pedal. Now you're telling us it took you over an hour? You forget what you said before?
And we're talking about they called it, 6:30-ish? They called?
6:33. Yeah.
So 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 2 hours later, and they still don't have the scene locked down.
It's not a crime scene to lock it down, you weirdos.
And people could just walk in.
Yeah.
They're so bizarre.
I will let the mod.
Candy says Seth would have went nuts if he wasn't allowed to go in that house. I agree. I absolutely agree. They'd be crying about that too. I absolutely agree with that. And listen, I can understand like Seth having issues with things. As the father, you're thinking back, you're angry about this, you're angry about that, you're angry about everything, right? Because your child's missing. I can offer him a little leadway. But his biggest issue is having Betty as a cheerleader when we know how hate-filled she is against the Proudfoots, against the police. She's suing them. I don't think your national spokesperson would have recommended you had Betty up there.
Let's know that I don't care who's in chat. I really don't. If they're not staying on topic of Sebastian or speaking positive about Sebastian, that's when you kick them.
Like Brittany. Like Brittany. You know what, Seth? Have you finally realized there should have never been a divide of us versus them? Do you finally realize there should have never been a divide of the green team versus the world? Everybody's welcome in the chat suddenly. The only person who has actually disparaged Sebastian out here is your co-plaintiff, Brittany.
I don't care what they say about me. Their kid's not missing. And I'm not really, I will see chat, not really paying attention to it right now. I do.
Is that a flex? I don't care what they think about me. Their kid's not missing. There's times you act like your kid's not missing.
I know that there's a lot of prayers coming in, and I 100% appreciate that.
You did make it that way.
I appreciate everybody who's joining us.
You're right, Kathy.
Yeah, it's just one of those, it's been a rough last 2.5 years. I mean, my best friend is missing.
What?
And I know we're not supposed to be.
I'm sorry, a rough 2.5 years? That's how you describe 2.5 years without your child? Hey, Roxy. That's how you describe it? Rough?
Friends with our kids, but
what?
And I know we're not supposed to be, friends with our kids, but
says who? This is so weird.
My rule.
Oh, shut up, Betty. Thank God you don't
Sebastian
have kids.
Sebastian was like my best friend.
Betty's role is to euthanize kids that are bad. I'll never forget when Betty told the story of her step-grandchildren and the way she treated them.
I mean, he was my mini. Sebastian was like my best friend. I mean, he was my mini-me.
Right.
We played
but you had a good relationship, but you were a disciplinarian, so it's not like he got away.
Oh my gosh, what a weird statement to make. This man's finally expressing some type of emotion towards his missing child, and she interrupts him to remind him he was a disciplinary. Yeah, he was. Remember when Sebastian was little and he wouldn't clean his room? And Seth proudly told us the story of how he wouldn't clean his room. And Seth said, I'm not taking you swimming if you don't clean your room. And a few hours later, Seth finally gets off his ass, is wearing his bathing suit to go taunt the child, and it says find Sebastian naked in his room. Or when he told the school that you were going to beat him, you were going to beat his ass. So you brought him home, you sat him down, you said, son, this is a real ass beating. And you played him the video of the bloody scenes from Mortal Kombat to teach him what a real ass beating was. Why does it matter this man was a disciplinary? This is bizarre. Right, I'm a seahorse. Like, Betty even knew them. This is also
with
weird.
Anything. I mean, but you were a disciplinarian, so it's not like he got away with anything. I mean, you were crafting a good young man.
It's not like he got away with anything. Didn't Seth say that Sebastian was an exaggerator and would lie on people?
I mean, you were crafting a good young man.
Anything. He ain't getting
so don't well, I know, but you're like
anything. He ain't getting
so don't well, I know.
This is all so bizarre. He didn't get away with anything. He ain't getting away with anything. What?
But you're like, he's my best friend. But you also, he was
my best friend when it came down to the things that we do.
Right.
Playing video games, playing cards, playing D&D, going fishing, road trips. Like, he was my road dog. Right. He was my son. He was always down to go do something fun.
What a weird time to pipe up, Betty. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, to be honest with you, he was a high functioning autistic boy, but many children don't learn how to swim. Your son was a very good swimmer. Has
Why'd you have to even bring up that he's autistic? What was it that Betty? What was the term Betty used to describe him as autistic? I want to say reject, but I don't believe it was reject. But she certainly had a very unkind word to describe him.
Gone to the gun range with you. There's just a multitude of things that you guys have done together. I mean, he was a bright, smart young man.
You're weird, Betty. None of that had to do with being his best friend. Betty said even if they were just missing the woods, does that mean he's not in the woods? James said, Jess, I keep smelling a disgusting odor coming from my bathroom, even though no one is using it. I think it might be a pootergeist. James. I don't know how you come up with this stuff. Defective. Defective is how she describes Sebastian. He was defective.
And I think that needs to be...
I have to interrupt you for a second.
Please do, Seth. Please do.
I don't even like to say he was high functioning.
Thank you.
Sebastian functioned.
Thank you.
You know, a lot of people, and I've seen this, a lot of people use high functioning as he's easy to deal with. Well,
I don't think that's the way they're saying it, Seth, but tell us more. I have never thought people say high functioning to say he's easy to deal with. Do you prefer Betty's term of defective? Oh.
Use high functioning as he's easy to deal with. Well, children are not easy to deal with. All right.
Oh.
Most adults are not very easy to deal with either. But
if my child was missing, the last thing I would think of is things like that, like not easy to deal with. What? Oh, tell us more.
Sebastian was very gifted, in my opinion. I mean, he had a brain on top of that shoulders that was still developing, still learning. You know, unfortunately, he had some hurdles placed in front of him, and I particularly think he was doing quite well with those hurdles, especially in today's society. Unfortunately, some of those hurdles should have never been put in front of him. But
what type of hurdles are you speaking of, Seth? What are you talking about, Seth? Elaborate.
You know, I'm also seeing a lot in the news and stuff these days with children that just they're failing society because their parents failed them. And the last thing I wanted to do was fail my own son. He's my son.
I could say so much here. I'll just push play.
I don't want to fail him. I want to prepare him for the world. Prepare him for everyday life and the fact that you don't get things your way.
What a
and
weird
as an adult, you know that you don't get.
What a weird fucking man. I'll tell you why this is so weird. Because his child is missing. His child is missing. He wants to point out he wasn't easy to deal with. He wanted to prepare him for the world by teaching him you don't get everything you want. If this was just your everyday parent up here talking about your child that's right there with you, you know, whatever. This is a missing child, and this guy speaks this way. Because Seth Rogers speaks for Seth Rogers' benefit. Seth Rogers speaks for Seth Rogers' praise. Seth Rogers really is a very bizarre person. All of this is weird. All of it is weird. This is a missing child.
Things you don't get things your way, and the fact that you don't get things your way. And as an adult, you know that you don't get things your way. And if you don't prepare your children to be disappointed in shit,
oh my God,
then you're setting them up for failure.
I wonder if Sebastian was disappointed when you said he can't come live with you. You're going to give him another year to get his shit together. Wonder if he was disappointed when you smacked him across the head in front of the teacher. Wonder if he was disappointed when you put down his mother in front of him or his stepfather. These are such bizarre statements to make. Again, bizarre. Bizarre. What do you mean you want to teach him he can't always get what he wants? Like the way he didn't want to live with you because he didn't want to do online schooling? That way? We're talking about a missing child here. We're not talking, I mean, this is just so weird to me. I just can't even comprehend how he thinks any of this is a good thing to speak about or a good way to speak.
You're setting them up for failure. There's a lot. I mean, I just read an article earlier today.
I would never take parenting advice from Seth Rogers.
About 3 teens tried to break into somebody's house and they're no longer breathing. Their parents failed them. Their parents failed to express to them that, hey, you got to earn what you want. You can't just go take other people's stuff, you know, and unfortunately that doesn't work. If you're not willing to teach your kids that you have to be willing to go out there and earn your way, you can't just go out there and take what other people have gathered.
I never as a parent thought if I don't teach my kids to be disappointed in me.
We don't live in that type of society, and that is not a very civilized society.
The eye roll he just had. One red rose, 1 month until 4 years. Always here, never wavered. 47 months. Literally day one red rose. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. That is absolutely amazing. 4 years of consistent membership. Thank you so much, One Red Rose. Oh my God, that's crazy. That is insane. Thank you.
And unfortunately, some places, I'm not saying Florida, society. And unfortunately, some places, I'm not saying Florida, you know, because alligators get their way. But
What?
And we all know Florida man, you know, he'll wrestle that alligator for that McDonald's cheeseburger.
What the fuck are you saying, Seth? What are you saying?
Don't discredit our hogs.
What?
I said, don't discredit the hogs. That's
just. Hey, I'm from Kansas. I know what a pig farm's used for. I mean, I know where I don't know anything.
Oh, do you think this is the appropriate time to make jokes about hiding bodies, Seth? One's in the chat if you've heard that. This weirdo's talking about his child wasn't easy to deal with. He doesn't like people saying high functioning. It makes it sound like Sebastian was easy to deal with. And now he's making a joke about the alligators and now about where you hide bodies on pig farms with hogs. Really? Appropriate timing? Imagine if this was Chris Proudfoot speaking right now. Imagine if it was Chris Proudfoot speaking.
What?
I said, don't discredit the hogs. That's just.
Hey, I'm from Kansas. I know what a pig farm's used for. I mean, I know where I don't know anything. All my stuff disappeared on a boat wreck in the middle of the ocean where I never been.
Is that where Sebastian is? Boat wreck? Wow. Yeah, if this was Chris Proudfoot, they'd burn him at the stake for that statement. Not funny, not cute.
It's, you know, just every day trying to find something that will. This is a lot of negative.
No. You don't now get to act like you're all sappy again thinking about your child. No.
So finding that one little thing that'll make you smile sometimes is the difference between having a good day and a bad day.
This is what Seth Rogers has always done. When he puts his foot in his mouth, suddenly the tear works come. Every single time.
You know? I have a feeling that we are still far from finishing this trip. I do believe that
There he goes again, calling it a trip. What's the one thing Seth says Sebastian loved? Going on trips. Special boots for when they went on trips. I've always said, he could have said to Sebastian, meet me outside at to anybody, meet me outside at 3 a.m. I got your special boots for the special trip. Trip. He doesn't know when this trip's going to end.
Son from finishing this trip. I have a feeling that we are still far from finishing this trip.
Got to figure out how to make that trip end without raising too much suspicion, right? Hey, Purple Dragon. Thank you for the hell yeah.
I do believe that my son is alive.
Yeah, got to finish the trip.
I'll fight anybody that wants to say otherwise until evidence is brought to me that states otherwise.
Well, then you better tell Betty to square up right now, because nobody has shouted louder that your son was murdered than Betty herself. So you better tell her to put her boxing gloves on right now and fight you. Blissful with the 52 months. Oh my gosh, never leaving. Thank you so much, Blissful. Holy shit. Well, you guys check that out. 52 months. 52 months. Right before that, we had a 47 months. Tell me again, Brittany, that my relationships are transactional. And then show me how many of your membership milestones surpassed 12 months. Tell me again. I'm sorry, let's make it 2 years since you grifted all of them off Sebastian's name. Shout out to you, Blissful. Shout out to you, One Red Rose. Thank you guys so much.
I can't put that out there in the air more enough. More than enough that my son is put. Evidence is brought to me that states otherwise. I can't put that out there in the air more enough. More than enough that my son.
Yeah, I do love that. I love the insults. Really quick, this is just a side rail. My mods are sketchy and flaky, right? From the same people that would praise my mods. I come up on my panel and shout out my mods and thank them for how much they're there for me. And I love how much you guys defend Jess and protect her. And you guys are great friends to her. Thank you for being such great friends to her. So now all of a sudden they're flaky. They're vultures. They're all these insults towards them. Well, what changed? What changed about them?
Son is alive, and that's it. My son is alive. He's just lost. He's lost because I personally believe somebody has placed him somewhere.
Do you?
And what is done in the dark, because obviously this was done in the dark, will come to the light. And I'm hoping to be the person to shine the light on me.
Kind of like the flashlight that shined that night, right, Seth? I do agree. What's done in dark will always come to light. Amen on that.
Because I can't rely on Sumner County to find my son, which is why I continue to ask people to please send your tips and stuff in to the FBI.
What happened to your personal tip line? Or sending the tips into your at night crew? What happened to that?
I communicate with the FBI.
And the FBI's been the only one willing to change out photos and update photos on the
fly.
Kathy, thank you so much. Sent you a package today from Amazon. Hope someone will pick it up for you. Sounds like you're at the shore. I am, Kathy, but I will be there later. So I look forward. That is so exciting. I look forward to it. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Makes going home even more exciting. Bruin Hell, good morning to you. Right, people just revealed how flaky they are. Facts. Oh. BJ, you suck with the 3 months. It's only 3, but many more love your truthfulness. Thank you so much, BJ, you suck. Listen, it's not only 3. 3 months is incredible. As I've always said, and I'll say it again, this is a free platform. You can watch me for free. The fact that any of you decide to pay at all to help me out is tremendous, and I appreciate it. Rather it's for a month, for 2 months, for 5 years, it all means the same at the end. So thank you for that. A lot of people said he sounds high in this. I agree. What do you all think? One's in the chat. James Steele, if you want to, you can send me an email and I'll give you the address, although it is readily available. But that's awesome. Thank you for asking. Purple Dragon, thank you for the hell yeah. Jav sent the hype. And we got Chrissy with the hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. I've been more panicked when I can't find my keys. I certainly didn't need to employ a spokesman or a group of fools to search for them. Lots of ones in the chat. Wow. Lots of ones in the chat. Possibly oldies. Yeah, Christina, if he was prescribed something, sure. Sherry with the 22 months. Hi, Jess. Hey, Sherry. Tattoo said he sounds the way he's always sounded to her. Do you think this will get... good question, 58. Certainly won't. Don't you think if you were these people and this entire time that you've been... Thank you, big girl. This entire time these guys have been doing all this without your permission and blah, blah, blah. Okay, James, I'll keep my eye out. Let me star that so I can remember. You would have filed something to depict that? Christina Rain said, working on my 52 months. Thank you, Christina. 15 is amazing, too. Seriously, all of it is. You think you would have spoken up sooner, filed something, spoke out about it? I don't know. Why just now?
Flyers.
On the flyers.
You know, Sumner County can say whatever they want. I mean, they already tried to sit there and say they're the reason the FBI put the $50,000 reward out there. But yet, Sumner County and TBI won't even change the pictures on Sebastian's missing flyer or talk about him or hold a...
Ceratosaurus Rex. Yes, the big 3-0 is here. Many more to come with the 30 months. Thank you so much. What he just said here, TBI won't change the photos and they won't do this. They won't hold a press conference. Again, look at all the... You mentioned yourself in the beginning, Seth. Your child's not the only one missing. Look how many kids don't get the awareness Seth received, or Sebastian received. And on top of that, you had a fake agency out here making the reward money into a joke. People don't care what the TBI or FBI was offering at this point because you had your cronies out here making the reward money and address of the Proudfoot's parents, making a whole mockery out of all of this. B. Tim says, I think it's a bit odd he's suddenly doing this when the appeal is up. Is Seth going to try to avoid the bill by saying he's not with that night? It won't matter. His name's still on the documents. Doesn't matter if he's working with that night or not. He sued. Seth sued as a private entity. But I get what you're saying, B10. But yeah, they can try it. It won't work.
Press conference or any of that sort of stuff. They just... Sumner County and that other side of that family just seem to be all on not talking about my son.
Really?
Like, oh, we'll just sweep it underneath the carpet. Well,
they didn't just stop talking. They removed flyers off their vehicle. They stopped posting on social media. They took off out of the...
Took flyers off their vehicle? What?
Stopped posting on social media. They stopped
posting on social media like Seth did? What?
They took off out of the freaking state. I mean...
Yeah.
That is a rumor. The Proudfoots never moved from the state. But guess what? Anybody want to guess who actually did leave the state for a very long time and went instead and hung out at Tony Mathis's house for a very long time? Take a wild guess. What is it with the whataboutism? Seth Rogers has an actual YouTube channel based off Sebastian's name, doesn't post his flyers. Does Seth Rogers still have a lawyer car wrap around his car? Or does he have his son's flyer on there, Betty? Everything you're saying about the Proudfoots, you better hope that Seth Rogers himself is doing. Or you sound silly.
Yeah, they went to Mississippi right afterwards. And what's funny about that is, you know, that Mississippi does not have an extradition order with any other state on anything that is not a felony or above.
So
when I heard
so he's claiming that Proudfoots are in Mississippi. Anybody recall Steph saying he wants to move back to California? Do you know what California's law says? Mm.
that they went, and I knew that about Mississippi, I was like, that's suspect in itself. But I still hold her responsible. She was supposed to be taking care of our son.
Because you said you want it.
Don't
forget that.
Chris right now is enjoying his time. It's summer.
Here we go. Bring up
summer
that
breaks
baby.
going on.
We're going to go down this avenue.
Good job, Betty. For once, good job, Betty.
I don't have my son for the summer.
Okay, and neither does she.
So why he's out there playing I'm a daddy with his daughter?
Oh, what a coward.
I feel sorry for Faith.
Oh, what a piece of shit.
I can agree with that.
And the way he said that with such anger, what a piece of shit. And shame on you, Betty, for agreeing with that instead of putting your foot down like you almost did and helping him go in a different direction. Shame on you. Feel bad for his daughter because she's spending summer break. And why do they even have to tell the world where that little girl is right now? It's nobody's business. All the hate you incited against them, and you're going to go and say something like that? Horrific. They are so horrific. And he suddenly speaks with some type of passion in his voice, but of course his anger. This man has always been driven with always been driven with envy over Chris. Because he ruined his nuclear family. Isn't that the quote, Seth? He ruined your nuclear family. Look at the anger on this man's face. Because a little girl is spending summer vacation with her father. Look at the anger on him. Wow. That's scary.
Faith deserves better.
Faith deserves better, but Sebastian didn't. When they went to you as his father for help, when they asked you to step up as his father for help, he didn't deserve better, but Faith does. And the anger behind it. Thank you, Be Nice Try. Thank you so much. Look at him. Look at this. This is just deplorable.
I don't have my son for the summer.
Okay.
So why he's out there playing I'm a daddy with his daughter? I feel sorry for Faith.
I do too. I can agree with that.
Faith deserves better. Nina.
Here we go.
She's living in abject horror because her daughter is here in Tennessee.
Why are they telling people where that little girl is? Knowing how much people they have incited against the Proudfoots, why are they doing this right now? What does any of this have to do with Sebastian? This is seriously disgusting.
I can't imagine being Nina. I will. Nina is absolutely a very, very brave woman. I would have to think that she's pretty stinking nauseous over all of this. Just to do a mic check, I know some people are.
Doesn't anybody wonder if the Proudfoots were so horrific and they'd done all these horrific things? Don't you wonder then how they were even able to get the little girl for the summer? If there was proof that these people were involved in any type of crime, doesn't anybody question, well, wait, if they actually did these things, why would they send a little girl there? If there was proof that these people were horrific or CPS calls or any of that, would they really send a little girl there for the summer? But no, these people don't think with logic. They think with hate and envy and all the stupidity in the world.
Saying my mic was up too loud. I realized there was multiple settings on my computer. And I know
you just realized that, Betty.
Seth said something about it when it came.
All your years of streaming, you just realized that, Betty. Spare us.
Man, I told him to turn his volume down. But when I'm next to him, I was louder, but I've adjusted it as much as I can. I've taken everything down to 50%. At some point,
it's fine, Betty. I know you're loud.
I am loud. I'm louder than my bullhorn. I am literally bullhorn.
We know that too. The only difference is your bullhorn is bejeweled, right, Sonia?
Yes, but I dropped it. My screen hit it. I didn't break it,
you don't
but
have one of those lantern things.
It's not looking as snazzy as it once did.
These two are going to talk over each other now.
Probably doesn't sound as snazzy anymore either. But
it sounds just fine. Are you kidding me? My bullhorn's going to be working until the day they put me in the ground.
Wow, so cool.
And it's going to sound just as snazzy as it did the day I got it. I'm just letting you know.
Wow.
Well, hopefully we're not listening after you put yourself in the ground, because then
what?
That's just weird.
What?
Like, I don't believe
it has been
again. This whole panel is supposed to be the father of a missing child, and he says something as bizarre as, "I hope we don't hear it when you're put in the ground." Where? How does this guy think? Does anybody else find his thinking pattern just to be so bizarre? What does that even mean?
Weird kind of
a weirdo?
Several years. I mean,
did you ever think that we'd be here?
No. I was hopeful that we would have knowledge of what happened to your son a long time ago, but when you look back on the case, you kind of see where there was a lot of balls dropped at the beginning in the investigation. And I kind of speak about that quite often when I refer to the Nancy Guthrie case, because of the simple fact that, we should be so much further than we were in the 1990s when we were taking care of John Benet Ramsey. They had people in that house during John Benet Ramsey, and that changed, protocols for law enforcement across this country during the John Benet Ramsey case. And it just is so blessed frustrating that we have a situation where it seems like the policies that created the problems in the John Benet Ramsey case are here.
Really?
If they wouldn't have allowed the family and the friends to gather in the home, would they have been able to keep the contamination down? They cross-contaminated the crime scene so blessed much. I think that we are here all these decades later because of the initial investigation. And I feel like that was a critical mistake that they did. And I don't think that they ever did forensics like they should have done at the beginning. I feel like they gave way too much time to clean things up. And we still don't even know to the level of forensics that they did, because when you look at what Hawkins County Sheriff going out, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson had just recently said about Don and Candace Wells.
That's all I hear from Betty. They did this and I did that and blah, blah, blah. What does Betty know about anything ultimately? We're going to hear more about this and more about that and less about Sebastian again.
All these years, we thought that they did an interrogation with them or had them on the record for something, and then we find out just here on the 5-year anniversary that the law enforcement never even got an opportunity to really talk to them.
Oh my goodness.
And it's like, all these years we thought that they were interrogated. We thought that they did, forensics and pulled their cars and did forensic testing of their cars. They didn't do squat.
Not squat.
And I bet you when push comes to shove, I have a funny feeling we're going to find out that, we might find that those same elements happened in your son's case as well.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Shame on you, Betty.
The only thing that they did with the vehicles, and they didn't even do it with mine, but from my understanding, what they did with just his mother's is they took a dog in there.
Oh, you're finally going to tell us that, Seth? You're finally going to tell us that they used the dog in there? Why didn't you tell us this before? Because it would have offered credibility to Katie's story?
That's not good enough, because there was enough people that warrant scrutiny, especially on Kathy Bowersox, because multiple people had thought that they saw her up at, sitting on the side of the road.
Separate people that had no relationship with one another.
The same people
that gave those tips in, they looked over the footage and it was false. But here's Betty, because Seth says something that offers credibility to Katie, she has to try to sweep it under, right? Well, no, don't say that, Seth. Don't say that. Because, well, what about people that thought they seen the Bauer socks up there that morning? Rah, rah, rah.
That, you know.
So we're going to go off rumor or facts, people? Rumor or facts?
Something happened that morning.
No shit.
You know, we don't know to what. I mean, we can speculate, but at the bottom line,
all you've done is speculate. He just offered a fact, and you covered it up with speculation because it goes against your narrative. That right there, folks, is how these people operate. That was the perfect example of how these people operate. Fact first speculation. The fact that it meet her narrative.
Is that something is not right. There was some type of exchange, because at the end of the day, we know what direction Miss Proudfoot was going during that morning. And to explain it, she said she was going up to the school at 6:30 in the morning, but never got out to check the school. She was going up. Proudfoot was going during that morning, and to explain.
Why would you have to get out? If you knew he just left the house and the school's not even open yet, why would you get out of the vehicle?
Explain it, she said she was going up to the school at 6:30 in the morning, but never got out to check the school. I don't know.
Never rolled down windows, never even was looking. Believe me, I spoke with the principal.
Yeah.
What did you do that morning, Seth? You sat in your vehicle and watched how everybody else behaved. What did you do? Seth didn't even try calling Sebastian the morning he disappeared. He didn't even bother ringing his phone. He didn't look to see if maybe Sebastian was headed his way or not.
Watched the video footage before Sumner County took it. And the principal told me, he was like, we zoomed in and watched her come onto the property. And all she did was come in, drive right by the front of the building and then leave. And they were like, we zoomed in and the windows were rolled up and she wasn't even looking left or right.
Is it possible she didn't think he really ran away, that he was just somewhere in the house?
Is it possible she knows that he didn't fucking run away?
Oh, that too.
You don't look for something when you know where it's at. You don't look for your keys when you're going to leave.
Is that why you didn't look, Seth? Is that why you didn't look at all? At least Katie drove there, right? At least Katie drove to the school to look. What did you do, Seth? What did Seth do? Where did he look? That's right. You don't look for something you know is not missing, right? Shame on them.
If you know where they're at.
Let's wind down a little bit. We weren't going to go down this road.
Thank you, Betty. Again, wow. Shocker to Betty.
Take a breath.
Good on you, Betty, actually.
You know, of all things, Tony was like, he was like, you have every right to be angry.
You do.
And pissed off because it's your...
Which was part of the issue. Because a national spokesman doesn't anger the parents. They're not supposed to feed your anger. Which is why you have the reputation you have now.
Son. But the fact is she's still responsible. He was under her roof. If something happened to him while he was under my roof, then I would be responsible.
But this isn't the first thing that detrimentally changed your son's course.
Here goes Betty. Got to bring it up, right, Betty?
Katie, so
got to bring it up, right, Betty? Here's my question. If Chris and Katie were such horrific parents, and so many things happened in Sebastian's life under her watch that changed his course, why didn't Daddy Dearest take his son? He didn't even have to go through custody court to get his child. He was asked. They asked him to take Sebastian. And what was his answer? I'll give him another year to get his shit together at school. If they were so horrific, Seth, what does it say about you? Because you left him there. You ever think about that, Betty? What does it say about him, Betty?
Yeah, all the shit that I got for that, for telling people, but it was to let people know that, hey, shit has happened underneath her roof to my son.
You hear that, Brittany? I got a lot of shit for telling people that. You hear that, Brittany? Seth Rogers told us. Granny didn't tell the internet. I didn't know Sebastian prior to this. His father told everybody. And it was to say, hey, look at me. I'm the better parent. Yet I never got custody of my son, despite all these things I'm pointing out to you now that he had to go through. Doesn't make you look better, Seth.
And it's happened again. This time.
Oh, shut up, Betty.
A much longer sentence so far.
Oh, wow. What a way to think, Betty.
Every day I pray that God has his angels looking out for my son, keeping him safe.
Gee, I thought it was Samuel he prayed to.
I want him home. I want him safe. I want him home. I want to hug him and never let him go.
And I'm sure Katie does as well.
It's like, what? I just want my son.
This is what he does. Foot in mouth, and then he brings out the tears. Foot in mouth, brings out the tears. It's like clockwork for this guy.
You need to take a break?
Yes, clearly.
Just need to breathe. I'm out of coffee.
No. If you want me to, I'll go through some.
No, let's go ahead. I know you pulled up Sebastian's Law.
I did.
I know that you don't use StreamYard anymore, but you can share stuff to StreamYard on here, can't you? Or not?
I can. Let me see what I can do behind the scenes here.
I wonder why she doesn't use StreamYard anymore.
You want me to hit the remove button?
No, you just need to add that.
There's a really big lag between StreamYard and YouTube.
It's 20
most
seconds.
Likely, yep. But do you see it down there at the bottom?
You guys are always 20 seconds behind us. So what did Coffin Dagger lie about? Does he say that? I want to hear what this, yeah, because Betty only pipes up and gets excited when she's talking about the Proudfoots. Let's hear what Sebastian's Law is all about. Let's take a listen to what that is. So Seth no longer works with that night. He calls it a trip, says a lot of bizarre statements, talks about pigs are where you hide the body, or the ocean.
Look down at the bottom of StreamYard. Next to my face. There you go. There you go.
There you go. Like he's a toddler.
Can I just screw this over? There you go.
There you go.
I don't think I can make it bigger.
That's about as big. I mean, I can zoom in if you want me to zoom in. Can I zoom it in?
It's pretty damn big.
It's not letting me make it any bigger either. I can probably make the print bigger, maybe. See if I can make the print bigger for you. I can't make it any bigger. I don't see it.
This is what they're presenting to legislation. Here it comes.
Where I can make it any bigger, but maybe I can change the print.
Oh my God.
We can go over this.
Well, I wouldn't read it. I mean, if people want it, I can put it out. But if you want to just generally go over what it all means to people, because I think you'll start reading it. If you start reading it, you're going to lose them in the legalese of it. But I think you need to, explain them that the purpose of this law, what it was designed for, and maybe that angle would probably be better.
This isn't even written up professionally. Like, look at how this is typed up. Air Force says, don't read it, please. I'm curious what they're empower parents to seek federal intervention if investigations stagnant. Ensure special protections and coordination for disabled children up to age 21 and for indigenous children. Isn't that, again, we hear that coming from Seth. Didn't Seth change? Wasn't there a rumor? I don't know if it was ever truthful. Was there a rumor that Seth changed that on his license? Provide mechanisms to investigate misconduct, foul play, and to hold responsible parties accountable. Each year, thousands of children are reported missing in the United States. Disabled children. Oh, golly.
A lot of the things that I have that went into this is the hurdles and road bumps that I have come across in the process of my son going missing.
Explain those. Explain.
You know what? I will say this. I'm glad he's going to try something, right? I'm glad he's doing something with his experience, because I plan on doing the same, Seth, with the experience you gave me as far as being frivolously sued and experiencing an anti-slap in Pennsylvania under his latest legislation. I plan on doing something similar. So I appreciate somebody that seeks to teach others through their experience. And I thank you for giving me that opportunity to do the same, Seth.
Some of the hurdles and stuff, because, you know, people that are out here in the public, they don't understand what it's like to be a parent of a missing person, let alone a missing child. And that investigation turn into a criminal investigation. They don't understand what all the challenges and nuances are. Now, you're not going to be able to explain every single one of them, but if you want to give some generalization, I think that will help them understand.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, one of the worst things that I've come across is the fact that as the parent that's looking for the child, you have to pretty much do whatever the cops tell you.
Oh, no way. Especially when you're a suspect.
Your child never goes missing and you never have to deal with anything of that sort.
I agree.
But if your child does go missing, I pray that the police department is 100% on trying to find your child.
So this is going to be more about Seth.
Because Sumner County hasn't.
Than Sebastian again.
And part of what I put into this was taking and giving the parents the authority to pull it from the police department that's not doing anything and giving it
and hand it to a fake group of private investigators
to a higher department, mainly the FBI.
The FBI's been involved
in this, right? In Sebastian's law, I've actually,
because currently it's basically law enforcement and the DA have to agree for the FBI to step in. Is that accurate?
Why do they always pretend that the FBI hasn't already stepped in? The FBI is the one that's offering the reward. What do they mean when they're constantly saying that the FBI is not involved in this? Is it willful ignorance at this point to keep ignoring the FBI's presence in all of this? I did drop the link if anybody wants to come up and comment on what we've seen and heard so far from the lovely Seth and Betty, which we could just call this the Seth and Betty show because, you know, the whole thing's been about them. Let me grab it and click it again. Nobody tells this man how stupid he sounds ever. Like Adam Walsh. Well, remember he tried reaching out to the Petito family, lied and said the Petito family backed out because people contacted them. But the truth is Joe Petito never had any intentions on getting involved with Seth Rogers and made it clear himself. Because not everything is because of other people, Seth. It's because of your own decisions and actions you have taken throughout the entirety of your son's disappearance and the amazing opportunities you were handed for national awareness and wasted on belittling Katie and Chris instead. That's why people feel how they feel about you. Not because of words of little YouTubers like me and Clue and Barbecue, for fuck's sake.
You're it.
Sumner County says that they have no authority to give it to the FBI. That's what they've told me.
And they don't.
Who does?
They're beneath the FBI. They don't have the authority.
I disagree with that. I mean, this is a child. This is a child. Jennifer Coffindaffer put a statement on her page with relation to Nancy Guthrie.
Oh, wow. Did you guys hear what Seth had to say about Jennifer? Didn't sound too enthused by the name of Jennifer Coffindaffer. Why is that? What makes you think the lower police station can tell the FBI what cases to take on? That's ridiculous. Listen to what he says about her.
This is a child. Jennifer Coffindaffer put a statement on her page with relation to Nancy Guthrie. And she said that the FBI has a law that allows them to step in and supersede local law enforcement with relation to kidnapped persons that last over 24 hours because they can presume that they went over state lines. And I remember asking, can this also be used in the Sebastian Rogers case? And I don't recall whether or not I received an answer for that, but I do recall something to that that effect, where FBI could step in under the premise that a person, specifically a child, I mean, a child who I would think would supersede an adult.
Does anybody else tune out when Betty talks? Like, all I hear is wah, 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 wah.
In this matter. And if they can say that a person that's been missing for more than 24 hours is presumed over state lines, certainly they can use it in your son's case as well to step in and maybe take hold of this case. So maybe we need to start looking at some legal.
Maybe it's been 2.5 years and every opportunity you guys have gotten has been thrown away by, once again, your behaviors. And Seth looks like a wild man right now. Look at his face. I mean, he just looks crazy. I don't know what having a missing child would do to you. I can only fathom it absolutely destroys you. So I'm trying not to be too difficult on him. But he really just, he looks crazy. And honestly, he looks like he's tuning her out just like we are.
Avenues, to search, to force the hand, maybe, or give the FBI an opportunity to take over the case.
It's like it's like I tell everybody that the FBI is assisted, as in Sumner County has lead on the case.
Right.
And people don't understand that.
Ask the FBI for help.
No, we understand that, Betty. You guys won't accept it.
FBI assist them with whatever they are wanting help with. But the FBI doesn't have jurisdiction over the case. There's no evidence or proof that Sebastian is outside of Tennessee. And Sumner County, one of the things that came across that I found is that, and we're not going to even get on the coffin laughing person.
Oh.
Right.
Because
coffin laughing
seems like you're so endearing.
Don't shut him up now, Betty.
The lies that she told me and Tony.
Well, let's not get into all of that right
now. No, let's get into all of it. Because if she lied to you and Tony, what do you think she does to her audience? Get into all of it, Betty. You had no problem when he got into the Proudfoot's ass. Let him get into Jennifer Coffindaffer. What are the lies she told you and Tony? Come on out with it now.
Tonight. But just go on ahead. I was just talking about a specific law she had posted about. I'm actually looking for it right now. I remember seeing it like a week ago. So I'm gonna while you're talking, I'm gonna try to find it. So maybe it's something that I see Jilly Bean in here. Something that we might want to talk about in the future, or look at in the future. Anyways, go ahead.
I mean, but with Sebastian's law, it literally sits there. The main thing about Sebastian's law is restructuring CPS and DCS and giving them a federal database. Because too many times, abusive parents towards children will have CPS called on them, and then they'll move to another state.
Oh, is that what happens? Then they move to another state.
And those CPS cases don't follow them.
That's not
Because
true.
there's
That's not true. A lot of times the CPS cases do follow them. Matter of fact, I just followed a case where a woman had her 2 toddlers in a room with a space heater that was way too hot, and they had moved to Florida from a different state. And the Florida state, immediately when they found out this family moved, contacted Florida and asked them to be aware of what was taking place and to keep an eye on that family. In your case, Seth, as you're fully aware, because I know what you know, what I know, you were fully aware of the CPS visits and you co-signed for the Proudfus every time. Stating it that Sebastian was, what was it, dramatic, Seth?
state regulated and ran. And the states, it's like politicians don't communicate with each other. State organizations do not communicate with each other. You literally have to have an attorney that is licensed in both states in order to actually get 2 state agencies to communicate with each other.
False. False information again, Seth. False information. My God, this guy is just a fibber.
If that's not ass backwards, I don't know what isn't. And literally, Sebastian's law.
If that's not ass backwards, I don't know what isn't. Your statement. Your statement's ass backwards. That didn't even make sense. This guy, I can barely stand to even listen to them. I know you guys feel the same way. It's just
is to put a federal database so that way states don't have to communicate with each other. They just pull up the child's name. When you pull up the child's name, it pulls up any report to do with that child and any other child that was in that residence, no matter where they live.
I hope he presents this better to legislators because, what a tune out.
Whether it was in Wyoming, Washington, California, Georgia,
we get it,
Tennessee, Ohio, any of it,
Okay.
Child's name, social security number.
Oh my gosh, shut him up.
Or if they come in
and he's still on it,
looking at the case and they're like,
holy shit, he's still on it. I just fast forward like 5 minutes. He's still blah, 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 blah.
Well, you did this wrong. You did this wrong. You did this wrong. They can hold those people in that department responsible for what's going on.
Okay.
With the case, with the child, and with the parents.
I do feel you should be held responsible, Seth. I agree with you.
Because the one thing that I feel like in this is I'm a little paper boat in the ocean, and I'm being thrown around by law enforcement agencies and corruptness, and and I don't live there. That's
or maybe is that you're a self-admitted suspect in the case. So you're not going to get the information, the tips and all that they have because, well, you're a suspect. Yeah, it's very similar. This is why him and Brittany really got along very well together. Because they're both very much, everybody else is to blame but them. Zero self-accountability, zero self-awareness. This guy made a joke about hiding bodies at pig farms while talking about his missing child, which he calls a trip. All of it is bizarre. But I'm curious what he says here.
The worst part is I don't live, and I don't live there. That's the worst part is I don't live there, so I really have no say in what's going on in that county.
Oh, because you don't live there. Do you still live in Tennessee at all, Seth?
So the law that she referred to was Lindbergh law. It is 18 USC section 1201. And this is a federal code, and it's what it says.
Betty told Seth not to read what the Sebastian law was because he'll lose everybody in the legalese. So what does Betty do? Betty goes on to read actual codes that nobody gives a shit about. Oh, are you talking about Janelle Evans? I know. What a mess. All right, we're going to fast forward.
Take according section 1 subsection B says that after 24 hours there is
and they cleared it within 24 hours. They were there, they pulled video camera. I mean,
this law here allows them to presume after 24 hours that they crossed state lines.
Right.
See, here's Seth again saying they cleared. And Betty's like, well, wait, no, you're misunderstanding. No, Betty, you just don't like what you're hearing.
Well, Sebastian's law doesn't have that.
Yeah.
Sebastian's law just states that even if it's in the same state, that the FBI can take over.
Gotcha.
It states that.
And yours is not for just state law. This is you're trying to make and create a federal law. So you need a Senate bill and an accompanying House bill at a federal level in order to push this.
Oh, you're wasting your time, Seth. Come on.
Face to face and hand them to him. That way, when he gets up to where they're, hey, have you heard this? All of our House of Representative members, all of that already know and have heard of Sebastian's law. So it's one of those things that.
What's sad about this is there are thousands, as Seth himself has acknowledged, thousands of kids that go missing every year. You're seeking the impossible here. This is just to make his audience believe he's actually doing something, that he hasn't completely just given up and not done anything, which in my opinion he has. He's just given up. He's wasting his time on a dream, on a fallacy that will never happen. And it's unfortunate that nobody around him is telling him as much. This isn't going to help find Sebastian today. For somebody who claims they haven't given up, this bill sure reads as if he has.
Everybody needs to know about it and help push it through. Because, it's supposed to be we the people.
Right. And not only that, but
we the people, that's not what that meant.
Like, I guess what I see in other cases is that whenever you have a faulty investigation or an investigation that doesn't, rise to the level of investigation that we're accustomed to seeing this day and age, and the families get frustrated and say there's corruption or some form of good old boy system, or, this arrogance that is very much seen in the, law enforcement community. I find it.
She's crazy too. You're talking about parents that get angry that the police can't solve. That's speaking out of emotions, Betty. The fact that you sit here and you feed that against Seth, you try to convince Seth that he is right and his warranted anger, knowing damn well he's not. Betty's not somebody going through this. She's just a jaded woman that loves to fight against politicians. She just loves to hear herself talk. She should be telling Seth that there is no corruption. They did the best they could for your son. They're still working on your son's case. But instead, she's that asshole that hypes you up so she can use your pain and anger for her benefit. This is horrible. Be honest with the man.
I find we need something where we get control, a little bit of control back, or at least some type of step, where you can potentially get your case somewhere without having to go to these corrupt individuals. And I call corrupt, and they may not be to the true definition of corrupt. It might just be a good old boy's, incompetence or something like that.
It's just as bad as corrupt.
Right. And you really need.
Incompetent is what you two are. Corrupt is what Betty and your crew of cronies are. Again, not a good friend you are, Betty. You're not a good friend. Corrupt and incompetent are not the same.
You really need somebody that has some.
It's just like the YouTubers that think they know better than a lawyer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. You guys know better than the police. All right.
Knowledge to stick their their eyes and hands on this case, and you're at the mercy of incompetent people, DAs and sheriffs, and it's like you're going and begging these people to please hand your case over, and they're like, nope, it's just going to take some time, and it's like people don't want to hear that. People are tired.
With Sebastian's law, it will put the urgency back into it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it won't. Are there any good parts to this? Because I'm like over it. These two are just right. There's a reason he wants full control. There's a reason why he had his own tip line. There's a reason why he hired At Night Media and did what they did with it. There's a reason for all of it. And the reason isn't what they want us to think it is. Okay. All right. Let me pull this up instead because I am over this. Mama J sent a rage quit that said, imagine if we spent all this money looking for Sebastian instead of a effing Rico. Money, time, energy, tying up the court systems with unnecessary frivolous litigation. Yeah, it could have been better spent for sure. Thank you guys for all the gifts over here. When I come onto the YouTube side, I can see it. New account. Thank you. All right, let's pull this up. Oh, look. They didn't even put their official tip line. What happened to that? Program begins shortly. Guess what Seth wrote underneath this one? Another, what did he say? Another, let me quote it. Because I know Seth has 90% of us blocked, but he wrote, another fake live, Nick. At night case briefing. Okay.
And cash remained on the dining room table.
One of these again. Oh, okay. They're truly amazing, aren't they? They are truly amazing. I thought it was going to be wherever they... Oh, my goodness. Look at you all. Hey, friends. Oh, my God. It's a party. Holy shit. This is exciting.
She's here. She's here. Get rid of her. I'm going to leave. Goodbye.
Shut up, B-Tim. Hey, guys. That just made my day. That's so funny because nobody came. And then I come back over and you're all here. Hi.
Well, the only other big thing that I caught that Seth had said last night was that he put another 100,000 miles on his truck, tracking down quote unquote leads, tips.
Really?
I'm sure he spent $100,000 or whatever he said. Sure.
Right.
I also bought unicorn, and I bought some food for my pet dragon as well. If you're gonna believe that.
What does he like to eat? Is he a vegetarian?
He's a vegan. He's a vegan pet dragon.
There we go. I thought so. He's so cute.
No, but I just think it's just ridiculous. I think someone's in the back. I think Lynn said I'll be back, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, she came up and then realized she had to drop for a second. She'll be back. Okay. Let me put her avatar up here. All right.
Oh, and then the other thing that I remember them talking about was about Betty's case. They had to make it all about them.
Right. Her suing Sumner County, and how smart to have her up there when she's filing this litigation against them. Unbelievable.
Well, and not only that, but to have her up there when she has 4 active ROs on her, and they bring up this safety of his daughter.
Are the ROs still active though?
Yes,
Yeah, they are.
Oh, okay.
she's appealed it, but it's never like nothing's happened to them, and they've renewed them. Because I believe that
Mm.
they expire in like August, I think, and they were renewed. Um, but because her appeal or something like that hasn't been heard, then they will continue to be active until a judge rules for
Right.
them not to be active anymore.
Because what people don't understand is when there's an appeal, the original ruling stands until and unless otherwise changes.
So what
that
you're
means,
saying is Betty's appeal actually probably extended even longer
right,
than it
exactly.
would have been. Yeah.
Exactly.
Betty, the brilliant genius, you know. If she would have just not did the appeal, it probably would have been dropped by now.
Yep.
What a dummy. But I don't know. I just
Or
think,
Tim, maybe if she hadn't have filed a lawsuit.
well,
But
I mean, the lawsuit is separate and apart, but I think that's just going to be a disaster. I thought it was interesting that she's thinking about suing her original attorney, Randazzo, or whatever.
Oh, really?
that's Fazell or Frizzell.
Frizzell. Yeah, she's very upset with him.
Why? Because she didn't get her way?
I think she thinks there's like a conflict of interest and the fix was in with that guy or some
Of
shit like
course.
that.
Well,
Corruption, all of
feels
that.
yeah, she feels that because he is located
Hmm.
in Sumner County, he's part of the corruption, and so that's why and he's in. According to Betty, he's the reason that she got arrested because he did not go to the court date that they had.
No, that just fucked her case because you're just admitting that it was a justifiable arrest, but because your lawyer fucked up. So you're
Right.
going to the wrong avenue. So this is why you don't go on live streams and talk while you're in the middle of litigation, because all you need to do is like, oh, so you're saying that the arrest was justified and that you're the person who really messed up was your lawyer.
Right. Not us. We were justified in arresting you, but because your lawyer didn't show. You're right, B. Tim.
I mean, like you
Great
just
point.
admitted you just destroyed your entire fucking claim. Just basically
point.
stating that. But yeah, but that's what happens when you talk and you don't think. You basically sit up there and you start getting angry. But like,
Yep.
I don't know. I think Seth Rogers looks more and more unhinged the more he goes on. He seems very angry. I think honestly, the one thing that came out to me was when he says, it's her fault because he got lost, under her roof or something to that effect. Don't paraphrase me, but I think that's the real reason why he's angry at Katie. I don't think he actually thinks that she's kidnapped him or killed him or anything like that. I think she feels that she was responsible, and thus, even though she has nothing to do with this, that
Right.
because Sebastian's gone under her roof, she's responsible, and he's angry, and he has a lot of people just fanning the flames. And it's very interesting that you have Betty up there claiming, he's saying my son's still alive, but Betty for about 2 years, almost 2 years, stating that he was killed and he was put in a sack, and he
Yep.
was pulled out, and even did demonstrations how you could put a child in a sack and everything with another with her fan,
Yeah, the pickle bag.
the
Yep.
pickle bag. You know what I mean? And that just to me screams a lot. The problem is Seth Rogers doesn't need a spokesperson, doesn't need to go online. He needs a therapist. He needs someone to talk to him
I
to
agree.
basically, and that's the main problem. You have a lot of people that came around him, and the problem is that he's under grief and he's also angry, and he's angry and he has misplaced anger towards people. Because the truth of the matter is, if there was evidence pointing to Chris and Katie being guilty, they would have been arrested by now. There would have been proof. There would have been
Right.
something going on, and that's the main problem. This is just irrational. That's why we all sit here and it's like this doesn't make sense. Why? What are you doing? It's just irrational anger. And I think the problem is there's a lot of YouTubers that are around him that don't really care about his mental state or anything. They just care about, clicks, views, and vendettas. Like Betty has a vendetta against the prophets.
I absolutely agree. And I found it to be deplorable that they even brought up that his daughter's there. It's like, why are you telling that to the angry internet?
Well, it's because he's jealous.
Yeah.
That's another thing he's jealous of. He's jealous of Chris's relationship with with his daughter. He's jealous of the life that they have. Look at him. Think about it. He's in a dark fucking room by himself, no one around him, just has Betty that come in. She's only there for the views. That's pretty much it. She does not give
Yep.
two fucks about him. And he's by himself. He has no money. He has no prospects. His son is gone. He has nothing. And when you have nothing, you look at the other person that has a lot. And
Right.
Chris has these things. And that's why he's also lashing out at her, at his daughter, because he wants to hurt him. And the fact is, he's got misplaced anger. I think that's the main problem. Because the truth of the matter is, if there was evidence pointing to Chris and Katie being guilty, we would all talk about it. Obviously, we'd all talk about it because that's what we would have done.
Right.
But
The little girl wouldn't be there. The courts would never, send her there.
Right. And the other thing that was brought up last night was Seth brought up how their divorce decree states that no corporal punishment will be allowed. And then, of course, Betty says, well, then that right there is enough for them to be charged.
Oh, please.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of misinformation.
You know what their divorce decree also says? No disparaging of the other parent.
Yep. Sure does, doesn't it, Len? Sure does.
Sure does. Yeah. So maybe he should be locked up.
Right.
How disgusting. I mean, how disgusting is it that he, and again, like, my heart hurts for Seth because he does have a missing child. I have always been on the side that none of the parents are involved. But that he sits up there and talks about CPS reports, and he's trying to get, or in his eyes, he wants to get a law passed regarding CPS, but Seth is also not telling the other side of that story that he signed off to the CPS reports and was notified about those reports, but he's out here trying to play that he knew nothing about them until after Sebastian went missing.
Right.
I don't believe the law. I don't believe he's pushing that law. I don't believe Betty was really trying to calm him down. I believe that was an act. That was a total act.
Yeah.
Yes.
But also, I find it eerily similar that the law he's trying to put up is the same thing Betty screams every day. And then she got schooled one day by down the rabbit hole who worked in that department, worked around CPS and all that stuff, and schooled her completely and made her look like a complete idiot. Because the fact is, she did this about 3 years ago. 2.5 years ago. Betty tried to say the same thing about all these things, same thing Seth Rogers saying. It's like she schooled them. She said that they already have these things. It's already, like, a lot of things he's talking about are already done. You have no idea what you're talking about, Betty. And I think what Betty's trying to do is push her agenda onto Seth Rogers. But the problem is, and this is what I would tell Seth Rogers, you are a nobody. I'm sorry to tell you this, and I'm going to be the one to tell you this. You are a nobody. You go up to a senator, he'll say, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry you went through this, okay? But the fact is, he's not going to give a fuck. I'm sorry. He might do a photo op with you and smile, but when it comes into actually passing legislation and law, he's not going to give a fuck. You are not rich. You are not connected. You have no backing. You have no people really following you. 800 people in the chat or a few thousand people is nothing. So you lost your opportunity, the momentum you had when you started teaming up with Nick and all these people. No one's going to have you on a show because you're a liability, and that's it. And someone needs to tell him that. Just like he wanted to tell his son, sometimes things are disappointing in life and all this stuff. Let me tell you something. Sometimes you just, you just got to be disappointed because a senator's going to smile at your face and say how great you are, but he's just going to fucking walk away. And that's the truth. So you're wasting your time with that. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
If you actually read that piece of paper, which I don't recommend anybody doing right now, it's not serious. It's not a serious piece of paper. No, but any legislator who tries to look at that would say, sorry, this is not serious. It's not a serious piece of legislation.
I mean, most of these legislations are passed by people who get lawyers to review it, and it takes time, and then someone over there reviews it, and someone over there reviews it. They're not going to pass a law passed by some unemployed individual who barely has a high school education, who's basically has no concept of anything. I'm sorry to be the mean person to tell you this, Seth, but it's the truth.
who berated local politicians, who put down the local police station, who took to national news to put them down. They don't want to associate with somebody like him.
No.
The basic premise of the law is that parents can get the feds to intervene locally. No, that's constitutionally incorrect.
Also, think about this. Think about this, Lynn. How disastrous, overworked the FBI would be if every missing person case can have the parents be like, I want the FBI, forget the local police.
Yeah. I want the FBI.
Do you realize, like, I don't think the FBI has enough agents to do that. It's already overworked. It has multiple agencies, and you want to make it have more work? That makes no sense.
Right, because if it came to your child, who the hell wouldn't want the FBI over local police? We all would.
Yeah, every single parent would be like, I want the FBI. But the problem is, by the time this is the problem with Seth Rogers, and he doesn't quite understand. By the time you say, I want the FBI, how long would it take the FBI to get there? And how would they pull, and then you would lose actual time looking for your kid because you're not using local police that might know the area, that might actually have an idea what's going on, might look into areas that the FBI, because the FBI doesn't know about the nooks and crannies of certain areas. They're
That's
just
true.
I mean, like, this is the problem with this guy. No one tells him the very simple facts and just like blows smoke up his ass because, his son's missing. The truth of the matter is someone has to be harsh. And that's what Tony should have done. This is what Tony should have done behind the fucking doors, and says, listen, stop being a fucking idiot. Okay. This whole thing with the FBI passing legislation, that's fucking a dream. You're out of your.
But Tony was in on it because Tony wanted the awareness and his name on there as well. My understanding is Seth made the statement that Tony didn't care about finding Sebastian. He cared about making sure Seth was okay or something along those lines.
He said the truth is Tony wasn't there to find Sebastian. He was there to protect me.
Yeah, that. And like OG Care Bear said,
that burned me the fuck up, man.
Yep.
So you have Len, like you have a spokesperson that wants to protect the suspect, one of the suspects in the case.
Right, an admitted suspect. Like OG Care Bear wrote, though, she says, Seth expects everyone else to give and care more than he himself is willing to give. It's infuriating and shows how he fathers. Expects others to do the work only to take the credit.
I mean, he talks about how, CPS, these kids are not taken in or whatever. I'm like, you had the opportunity to take your son in. You didn't take him in. If you thought there was abuse in the household, you could have fought for your son over, but you did nothing there.
That's what I said. How does it look that he says all this stuff was happening, but yet wouldn't take Sebastian in? And Lynn, being from you, a person who's done public, what's it called? Publicity or whatever. How do you feel about this statement about Seth? About Tony. That's crazy.
You just made Tony a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's all Tony said the entire time he was he was representing the case, and Seth was that this is all about Sebastian. This is Sebastian for Sebastian. You made him into a liar. You threw him under the bus. Mm-hmm. Your deceased best friend. You trampled on his name and made him into a liar.
Yeah. And I just think like it just shows a lot. It just shows that this guy doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know anything about, he speaks, I'm going to pass this legislation. Doesn't have a clue about that. And just admitted that Tony didn't care about Sebastian finding him, cared about, Seth Rogers. So that just blows everyone's mind. It should blow your mind because this guy literally just stated Tony didn't want to even look for Sebastian. His focus was making sure Seth Rogers looked good on the camera. That's pretty much it.
And that's the other thing. So if it's really true, so that's Seth's side of things. That's what I think about Seth's side of things, that he just threw his deceased best friend under the bus, except, he has his best friend who's missing, he says, right? And then he has his other best friend who is now deceased, right? And now he's thrown his deceased best friend under the bus. Now, if it's really true that that's all that Tony was about, that's fucked up too. Because even when you are representing somebody who is going through something, your first thought should be about, your first order of business should be, let's find the child then protect the reputation. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I was the PR person, I would be like, the first order of business is the safety and finding the child.
Right.
And the way to protect your reputation is not to put you in a fucking RICO and then sign you up with Dog the Bounty Hunter, who has a terrible reputation.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
No, the problem is that that's the whole point of it. Like now everything makes sense. Everyone's like, why would you hire an intelligent this like at night? Why would you send cease and desist? Because the whole goal of the time was not finding Sebastian. The whole goal of the time was to protect Seth Rogers' reputation and to continue to be a money-making operation for him.
And we said that. We said that when they came in. They are a cleanup crew. They were a bunch of broom holders. They were sweeping for Seth to cover up the mess he made. And we knew it. And he just admitted it. Great point again.
So, I mean,
did anybody else notice last night that Seth's Cash App was still being dropped, stating that Seth still is not able to work? And then at the end of his show last night, he brought up the fact that he has 2 doctor's appointments this week and that his stitches still hurt. And Betty said, well, the internet does not know about that right now, so let's go ahead and, kind of move away from that.
You know what I would recommend to him? Lose weight. That's what every doctor would probably tell him. If you have major back problems, lose weight. Stop eating the fucking the pizza pies or whatever you're fucking eating, because that's the situation. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm going to be your spokesperson today, Tony. I'm going to be your fucking spokesperson. How about you fucking start exercising? And how about you eat right? That's another thing. How about you stop blaming everyone else for your failures? How about you, stop fucking literally having a situation where you put up illogical legislation that makes no fucking sense and never will be passed. And how about you go, instead of demanding everyone else go live for you, why don't you go live every day about your son? Why are you demanding everyone else to go live? You have a channel. The truth of the matter is, what Queen said to her yesterday was the only reason why he went live was because his monetization was going to end. And he wanted to keep on collecting those memberships and not have to work. And he said that to Sebastian Rogers. He said, hey, the point of life is to have enjoyment of things and, basically do as little work as possible. That's pretty much it. And the facts are, he's been despicable. Everyone wants to point out Chris and Katie at a motorcycle store. But the facts are, this guy literally started trying to find women to date during the disappearance of his son. He literally started to have, just like looking for women, he literally had sex with a woman that was part of searching for his son, and then proceeded to do a whole drama stream with that situation. I've never heard of a person that had a missing child decide to find a person to hook up with.
And then bragged how he still has her underwear.
And that's crazy. I've never seen a person that basically made a GoFundMe about 3 to 4 days after the disappearance of their son and proceeds to try to pocket as much money as possible so he doesn't have to work. That is crazy. This guy has done everything to exploit his own child to such a huge degree. And the only reason why he brought in Tony, was to basically cover up his ass from his terrible reputation. Now, do I think he had anything to do with the disappearance of his son? No. But do I think he exploited the fuck out of his son? Absolutely. He exploited the hell out of his son. He used his son to basically be popular on the internet, to hook up with women, and to make a bunch of money. And no one sits there.
You know what beats him? Is he even monetized? Because I don't see any memberships or anything.
He was monetized.
Yeah, he was monetized last night. He was
monetized before, but I feel like he may have lost that. He hasn't gone live in like 6 months or posted
last night he was getting memberships and super chats.
Yeah, that's why basically if you don't go live, you lose your monetization.
Yeah, that's what happened on my backup channel because I didn't go live enough. They took away monetization, and I thought he would have already lost it. Wow.
Yeah. So he did it exactly 3 months, like when his monetization was about to fucking fall over, so he could get his money. And that's the truth. And people need to wake up to this. This guy is not a good guy. This guy's claiming that Chris and Katie didn't do anything. But meanwhile, those are the people that hired the private investigator, took money out of their own pockets to hire SF Investigates, which, by the way, a lot of people like to shit on, but the guy has done great work in the past. And the guy continues to do great work. And people need to realize that the guy has found people that were missing and has given good tips to people. Now, there's drama here and there that happens, but that happens with every case. And that's just how it is. And they did hire a private investigator. They did go out and search. They did help put up billboards. A bunch of YouTubers put up billboards. They also asked you fellow YouTubers to set up charities for missing and exploited children. Did I see Seth Rogers do that? Did I see Seth Rogers go in a chat and say, hey, let's make a charity and send money to missing and exploited children? Or did we see him just pocket the money? This is what people need to wake up with. This guy, this whole operation was just so that this guy can have a cleaner reputation while he take money and exploit his own child. He's a tragedy pimp. He tragedy pimped his own son. And that fucking interview last night just basically solidified it. And anyone that continues to support this and says this guy is a nice guy, whatever, you're out of your fucking mind. Oh, it was 2 days. Sorry. I thought it was 4 with the GoFundMe. And that's the problem. And Betty, what's interesting is, Betty, what are you going to do? Weren't you on Nick's panel literally a month ago talking about Mackenzie Shirelli, talking about how she might, she was overcharged and, she shouldn't do, her time in jail?
And who believes that there was actually coffee in that cup Seth was drinking last night as he continued to get more and more sloshed?
Yeah, no, it's just outrageous. It's an outrageous situation. It's an outrageous concept that this happened. And now that he just fully admitted that Tony did not care about Sebastian and only cared about protecting his reputation on a live stream, he should be called out for that. And it's disgusting that this, and now it all makes sense. That's why they went after you and Barbecue, Granny. That's why they basically, they only cared about protecting Seth's reputation. And now that they basically, like, there's no use for at night. At night is basically, they did this the most sweeping they could. Now he's trying to throw them off because, he realized like they're not helping him cover up his bad behavior. And that's truth.
I'll tell you when I knew he wasn't serious about the law. Okay. He said, he believed that they can bring it to fruitation. now Granny, you knew what I was talking about, right? He meant fruition, but he said fruitation twice. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, look who his buddy is guiding him. It's Betty.
Yes.
Betty doesn't ever know what the hell she's talking about either.
Yeah. So like if you are serious about these things and you're in those conversations with serious people who make those kinds of laws and bring them to fruition, that word, you've practiced that word, you've heard that word a lot, right? You aren't going to say fruitation unless you're either drunk or don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or both.
Right. And if you aren't that, well, I mean, you would think he'd be, because he keeps saying that that's what they've been working on behind the scenes. That's what they've been working on. He hopes to have it wrapped up this week. The problem is state legislators have adjourned. They're not even around.
No, exactly.
That.
Yeah.
He did say that he was going to meet with the ones in his state this week.
Please.
I'd like to see him answer a specific question. Oh, okay, when is your meeting and with whom?
The same time that Trump's administration's coming in to serve.
Yeah.
Probably around that time. And 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you so much for the milestone. 45 months is insane. And OG Care Bear came through with the 11 months. And then, I'm sorry, but Caffeinated Duchess said, did you see their reaction to my question? LOL was worth the 5. God. I missed it. I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah. He was mad at Caffeinated Duchess.
Well, because Betty told him that was Duchess and then said that was Duchess who went to a motorcycle rally with Chris and Katie.
Oh, I have a question. Yeah, she lied, but I have a question. Didn't he go on a motorcycle rally during riding his motorcycle during what would it call, the memorial or something of his son?
Yeah, when they had the cartoon images of Sebastian placed on T-shirts. Yes.
Oh, by the way, where did all that money? Yeah, where did all that money go, Seth? Where the money from the shirts go? Where did all that money go? It went into your pocket. You didn't do shit to search for your son. Absolute jack and shit. You didn't fucking put your money to hire a private investigator. You didn't pay anything. You didn't put any billboards up. Fucking random YouTubers did more to search for your son than you did. And it's disgusting.
Silence them. And that's why you try to silence them.
Okay. I want to ask people, where'd the money go? Where did the GoFundMe money go? Where did the fucking donations for the charity for Sebastian Rogers go? Where did the shirt sales go? Yeah. Where did all this stuff? Where are the memberships going on his channel and the super chats in Seth Rogers' pocket so he doesn't have to work? But right, you know what?
Did the stream with his Cash App and his Woe Is Me story. It was all to grab more money.
But wasn't the one Cash App set up in his sister's name at the beginning?
Yeah, because he wants to avoid. My guess, he's trying to avoid. He's trying to do some shenanigans. I'm going to say shenanigans because when you have taxes and like apps and stuff and like money going to other people's names, I'm going to call shenanigans. I don't know why he's doing that. Because I don't want to put you in a bind by saying something on a panel. But I'm just going to say it's a little odd that all the money is going to your sister, and then she dictates how much money you get that comes to you. And I wonder if the channel's in his sister's name also.
There's funny stuff. Funny
stuff.
Well,
I mean, Tony came out on a live stream and said that him and Seth's sister, like that Seth has to ask them permission for money before he's handed over any money.
Yeah, but that's what Tony said to clear up the allegations that he gave, what was it, $12,000 to Michaela to clean up her debt. Muddy Paws, thank you for coming a member. Welcome. So I think that was just a cleanup attempt.
I'm just saying, like, this whole thing is ridiculous. This guy is fucking tragedy pimping his own son, and everyone sits there and acts like he's a fucking saint. He is not a saint.
Well, like I said, he didn't have Sebastian's photo up. Betty did, though. He's talking about, people need to share his photo and share his flyers. You don't need to share it.
Yeah, you don't even share it. You have a channel with 11,000 subs. Why the fuck are we have to do it? Go on your channel, put it on your channel, and do live streams on your son. Okay? Stop demanding things from people. It's not you can't demand us to do shit. Okay, sir? Let's be real. There are plenty
all of us.
There are plenty of missing kids out there that would love the attention that your son got. They would love to have 25G channels, 18G channels, anything, and have 1,000, 2,000 people watching to spread awareness of their kid. Right. You took it for granted. You thought it just should be given to you. No, it's not the case, sir. You're not. People can live stream whatever the fuck they want. Granny can start a live stream right now talking about that weird cat on the bottom of her screen that keeps on fucking thing.
You leave Nelly alone.
She even names the cat. But the fact is, you can't demand people to stream anything. You can stream it yourself. How do you expect other people to do more things for your son? And plus, you're not even working. What the fuck? Are you trying to imitate Craig's lifestyle? Just stay at home and do nothing? Is that the deal? Because you have the ability to get to work and also go live stream every day like every other normal person. I have a day job. I jump on live streams. Why can't you? You're telling me you can't go live once a day, an hour, to talk to people and try to spread awareness for your own missing son?
Well, and actually spreading awareness, because when he does these live streams, it's all about him, woe me, in my opinion, just like the one that Granny just reviewed. Like, and then later on they get into like Betty's lawsuit with Sumner County and stuff. And to me, that is interesting because Betty's also come out and said directly to Seth, discovery on my lawsuit is going to be very interesting.
Well, you don't get discovery in your lawsuit until much, much later. They're going to probably file a motion to dismiss and everything like that. But good luck, Betty. You're going to see like the full length of how slow the state goes when it comes to lawsuit. You'll enjoy it. Don't worry. It's going to be a ride. I've seen some of these cases that gone to like suing the state for whatever go for fucking 10 years. Enjoy. Have fun. And they have legitimate claims. You do not have a legitimate claim. So good luck with that. I'm sure your lawyer's going to love the money sink that he's just agreed to. So it is what it is. The fact is that she's a bum. He's a fucking tragedy pimping his own son. And every single person that says, well, Tim, you're being too mean to a father of a missing child. Well, I'm sorry, but I got to speak up on this because it's crazy. Every dollar went to his pocket, never hired a private investigator, never searched for his son. blew every single opportunity on every single show by saying the stupidest shit ever to get those episodes taken down. You don't even have those episodes up anymore, some of them, because he said some stupid shit that should never have been said on an episode. And basically hired Tony to protect his reputation because he was worried that the heat was coming down on him because people started to look at him like, hey, your son's missing and you make a GoFundMe 2 days later. Your son's missing, but you want all the money to go in your pocket. Your son's missing, but you don't even put up billboards for your own son. You don't put anything up. Your son's missing. You don't do shit. You do just photo ops and a fucking little boat that Tony tells you to jump into just to look like you're searching.
Well, don't forget the billboards that At Night claimed to put up that basically was all the, about degrading Katie and Chris.
Yeah.
It was all about calling them murderers, basically.
Yeah. And that's the problem. And now you're sitting there and you're like trying to claim that they, now we find out there was a dog in the house. So every single live streamer that said that there was no dog in the house and they didn't search with the dog, you're full of shit and you're liars. Even Betty said that. Betty said, oh, why wasn't a dog in the house? Oh, well, apparently you knew and you lied to your audience and you're a fucking scumbag, Betty. You're a scumbag.
Well, he said a dog did search the mother's car and there was no hit. And then Betty quickly tried turning that like, oh no, we can't say that.
Yeah, we can't say the actual truth of a case. We can't actually put actual information on the case out. We have to continue to sad fish for your donos so you don't have to get off your fat ass to go to work. And so that I can fucking somehow tie you into my lawsuit so I can get some donations so that my fucking 5 to 10 year lawsuit, I can get some money out of it in my frivolous lawsuit against a parent of a missing child where there's no evidence that they had anything to do with the disappearance of that child. These people are disgusting. And then you got Lady Freedom, the most unfreedom fucking person I ever seen, wants to silence the whole internet, but doesn't want to be silenced herself. Fucking weird shark eyes, fucking squeezed toothpaste looking head lady that basically sits on a live stream and just is Karen's out every day and spreads misinformation left and right. I mean, give me a fucking break. Time buzz, whatever, who fucking thinks, it's weird that the boyfriend that got murdered by Mackenzie has a 2.5 year difference, but the relationship with Chris and Katie, A-okay. He just met her when she was like, I don't know, 12? And he was in his 20s? Oh, that's A-okay. Fucking losers. And
but
Betty,
you also noticed that Seth hasn't brought that back up since that one live stream that he said that on?
Of course he didn't. Because he fucked up. He knew he fucked up. And then he got Tony to try to, sweep for him, and At Night to try to sweep for him, and that's pretty much it.
Does
Seth and Katie, thank you.
Does anyone know what happened because Seth? There's like some sort of misunderstanding with Seth thinking that Nick called him media hungry, but it was actually Craig. Because I went looking for where Nick said that about him. And I didn't see it.
I don't know. Maybe he deleted it.
He said that At Night put out a video.
I'm sorry, At Night, yeah. And then I looked at those videos, and Granny was pulling up one of them, but I didn't hear where they said that about him.
I don't know. Well, it's just crazy.
I think Granny at the beginning of this live, she asked if anybody had that and asked them to send it to her because I don't think a lot of people know what he was talking about.
Yeah. But yeah. I forgot to mention Mob Crew that had to do a GoFundMe for a fucking stomach ache. Go fuck yourself, you pale looking motherfucker. You piece of shit.
Can I just point out how the chat is like, my gosh, I've never heard BTM throw out as many F-bombs as he has today.
Well, I even said that. I said that too. I said he is worked up. The F-bombs are flying.
Well, I'm on my lunch break, but also I'm just sitting here and I'm like, are we seriously this guy literally just said Tony was the only reason just to protect, it wasn't to find Sebastian, but just to protect your reputation.
Yeah.
And then I'm just thinking to myself, all the donos this guy's gotten, all the sad fishing, his inappropriate behavior with women constantly. I mean, when I heard Barbecue's story, Barbecue said like they went to dinner with the guy and the guy didn't even pay his own fucking meal.
He brought a meal to go.
Like, is this crazy? I've never heard that from any parent of a missing child, even the guilty ones. Even the guilty ones would never do the audacity of that. Like, this is crazy. This is,
I think if I remember correctly, Barbecue said he even purchased a meal to go.
Yeah, and it was like over $100. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute. Are we like really gonna, like, this guy's gonna come in here and say all these things and no one's gonna say anything? This guy saw his child being missing and he said, you know what? I need to get a new girlfriend, some cash, and basically try to paint everyone else as a villain. He's a nasty person. And honestly, it's disgusting what he did to Chris and Katie. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Well, it makes sense too now that like he came out and finally admitted that, which many of us know. And again, Lynn worked in this type of field, so she knows the severity behind what he just said is major.
Bad. It's real bad.
It explains also why he wanted to shut up the locals. Because don't ever forget, before the RICO, before all of that, there were the C&Ds that went around to professional locals that were helping look for Sebastian.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is everyone wants to give this guy sympathy, but you got to have sympathy for Sebastian first, okay? I got to have sympathy for the missing child. And the sympathy goes there first. And the problem is,
I want people to remember when Seth says how bad of a life Sebastian was living and all the things that went wrong under Katie and Chris's roof, don't ever forget that they went to Seth for help as a biological father to help us. And then he was pissed when they came out and said, oh, they were looking at different homes to send Sebastian to, like different schools or whatever for him to live at. Well, they went to the father first for help. And the asshole said no. If he was so abused and they were so neglectful, where were you, Daddy dearest?
Well, he was too busy playing his Xbox and his game systems and basically enjoying the single life.
And leave Sebastian home alone for hours.
Now, that's a whole other thing. I don't know if I understand this correctly. I need to recheck what was said, okay? But maybe the chat and other people who heard this can verify. But I may have heard him admit last night that he gave. Oh, this pisses me off if he really did. That he gave Sebastian a switch with Wi-Fi against Chris's orders.
Whoa. Did he say, oh, I'm going to word search. Because you know what? That would be major because they were judging Chris and Katie for watching his internet usage. And then I agree to an extent. A 15-year-old boy in today's society needs to have internet access.
Well, the problem is
how they socialize.
But
they knew their son best.
Yeah, but the problem is, and this is the problem. Do you know how many kids get lured into Discords and get lured out of their houses?
Well, we know the problem. The issue is that he fucking lied about it.
For over 2 years now. For over 2 years he lied.
Do you know what else he lied about last night?
What?
He stated last night that every weekend he had Sebastian, he was off.
Yeah, he lied. So you got a kid that's by himself with internet access who feels like he's not getting, like he feels he's not happy at home. And he basically gets left home all the time. And you're telling me that should not have been told to the cops immediately or every single person? Okay, well, how many stories have we sat through where someone gets lured in a Discord and then they run away?
Right, but according to his story last night, he would get off on Fridays in the morning, go home and sleep for an hour or two, go pick Sebastian up from school, and then him and Sebastian would spend the whole weekend together, and then he would get up Monday morning and take Sebastian back to the school bus Monday morning. His stories prior to that were that Sebastian was home alone because he had to work. Sebastian would meet him in the driveway when he was due to be home.
Yeah, I know. That got to me with that one.
Mm-hmm. Here's the clip, though. Let's hear it really quick because this is important, Lynn. I'm glad you mentioned this. We got to hear this. Here it is.
I had never seen his switch in his room, but his switch was in his room next to his bed, plugged in. That's just
interesting, because you would think that if he was playing his stuff at night, he would have the switch outside with the phone.
Yes.
Because he's an avid, he loves the Switch.
The PS4 was, was the PS4? Yeah, the PS4 was in his room, but because he had been in trouble when Chris left to go to Memphis, he had taken the TV out of Sebastian's room. So he couldn't play the PlayStation 4 because there was no TV in his room. But
why would he do that?
As a punishment, Betty.
Yeah, they did that with me.
Throw away the.
Isn't it funny that Betty praised Seth and interrupted him to say, but you were a disciplinary too. And Seth goes on this whole dialogue about teaching your kids to be disappointed. But when it comes to anything Chris ever did is, why would he do that?
Yeah,
maybe
that's
Sebastian was misbehaving.
That's the big thing. They keep saying that Chris and Katie are drill sergeants, but then, but anyway, go ahead.
Right, but then Seth says stuff like that. All right, let's hear the rest of it. I'll get to you, Angel.
The PS3 that Sebastian had. That I had literally, when Sebastian, and this was in California, Sebastian was like, Dad, I have all the games for the PlayStation.
Sebastian would have been 5 in California.
But right? I don't have the PlayStation. I was like, son, here. So that you could play the video games. And I gave him the PlayStation, and then she got mad at me and threw it away. Go figure.
Anything.
You want to talk about a parent hating another parent enough that they would throw their kids' toys away that the other parent bought?
Because you are undermining her.
Yeah,
right.
Awful.
So,
and then Betty goes, that's all.
But no, I don't have any other questions for you.
There we go.
But what I was trying to figure out is I knew that he was given full access to the internet when he was at Seth's. But what I was trying to get from that was, did he give Sebastian a device where he could get full access at Katie and Chris's without their knowledge?
Kind of sounded like that.
Yeah, that's anything that says knowledge, but
that's what I'm trying to get at.
And what's the chances of him not giving him a burner phone or another device secretly that he can have?
Well, he said he gave him a burner phone.
And what does a phone have?
Right. I truly believe that he gave Sebastian ways to communicate that obviously couldn't have been tracked because they would have found him by now or where he is by now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did we ever find the burner for him?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and maybe the reason why we haven't found it is because Seth Rogers keeps quiet and just doesn't want to actually say the information to the cops about the phone. Because guess what? Yeah, he supplied it, and he's more worried about him being at fault than actually finding his son. That's the main problem. If he was lost under my watch, I would be at fault. And it's like, okay, so you gave him a burner phone. Where is the burner phone?
That just, man.
I don't know. But, the only people that actually come up here and actually clear up the information is Chris and Katie. The only people that come up here that actually clear up things and actually answer questions, Seth, he just makes accusations and stupid things and sad fishes for donos. That's pretty much what he does.
The comment that Seth has made in the past about, I know where my son is, I just don't have the money to get there.
Yeah.
A while back when Chris was on Queen's panel, I did ask him, do you yet know if Sebastian had a burner phone that you don't know about? And he said, we don't know.
Yeah. And my opinion, I think he probably did, because like a guy like that, where he's buying, he feels like he wants to be the good dad and he wants to get in contact with his son on the side without Katie knowing. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, that's not what it was for. He said Sebastian loved playing a game, and Chris and Katie always, would whatever, they took it away from him or he had limited purposes or whatever. So he offered Sebastian a burner phone so he could play his game, not so he could talk to him.
Oh, good point. Good
yeah.
Point.
And then Angel says, don't forget, he was employed for over a year, yet never did a 90 days consecutive probation period, was always out sick.
Yeah. I think like the guy is using this opportunity so he doesn't have to work, and he's sad fishing.
I don't think he caused. I don't think he directly caused the disappearance of his son, but he's taken every advantage of it, like he does everything else.
The problem is, Cinnamon Bear,
against Katie.
Yeah. The problem is that did he tell the FBI about anything, the kid devices that he gave them? Did he? I mean, like, remember his statement where they tried to get into like a whole laptop or something, and they were trying, or like an old game system, and he was just sitting there like, oh no, it's not working, and he didn't want to even help the person that was trying to get into the system. Imagine your son's
he said he wouldn't tell them the damn passwords to get into the laptop.
Yeah,
he told them to figure it out and laughed that it took them over hours to figure it out. I forgot about that, B-Tim.
Imagine your son's missing, and then you're like, you know what? I'm just going to fuck with people and waste time every second. Your son could be out there dying of dehydration. He could be starving to death. He could have fallen down a pit. He could be freezing. He could be kidnapped, and you're playing games. And this is why I do not like Seth Rogers. This is why I sit there and people, I mean, I truly think that this guy, it has been the worst in this entire situation. And he's just basically, what he's done is he ran to the media immediately to basically try to paint Chris and Katie as terrible people because he was doing the shenanigans.
Right.
He was
over there, not over here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what about the comment he made in that live last night about the pig farms and the gators?
Which is disgusting.
That was gross.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
he needed to flood the zone with information up front before they could get out about how horrible they were.
Mm-hmm.
Which was crazy. Like, your son's missing and you're talking about your kid's body being eaten by pigs and alligators. Are you out of your fucking mind? You fucking sick
he didn't
fuck?
say it about Sebastian's body. He made a joke to Betty about where you would hide bodies, which was equally as gross.
Well, I mean, if I was doing an awareness episode on a missing child and I brought up possible ways,
bodies, yep.
Yeah, I'm talking about the subject of that person. You know what I mean?
You're right. Absolutely.
I mean, would you not, like, if I was like, let's say, John Doe, I was starting a live stream about John Doe, and then I started just randomly talking about how pigs can eat bodies and alligators can eat bodies. You wouldn't you ask me like, B-Tim, are you talking about John Doe over there?
You're right. Why would you bring that up then? Yeah.
And then when as we see more and more about this man's character, and then you think back to the date that Sebastian went missing, you go,
The anniversary of their divorce.
Yep. He is so fucking vindictive and grudge holding and macho, and like, he has to be in complete fucking control.
Yeah.
There's such a motive there for fuckery,
Oh yeah. And you know what I mean? Like, I just think, like, the more you hear about how Tony was brought in just to protect his reputation, the more you have at night who, what they do is protect people's reputation. Let's just be real. That's what they try to do. And then you realize that this guy has basically fundraised a bunch of money out of other people and just pocketed all the money, proceeded to just basically just grift off his son to the hugest extent possible, and then basically focus more on saying Chris and Katie's guilty than looking for his son.
Yep.
It just makes you look at him like, man, if you didn't have a good alibi, we would all think you did it, to be honest with you. I mean, let's be real. Like, if he didn't have a great alibi, which, then we would have been like, this guy's pretty guilty. We would look at him like crazy. But the facts,
he have a great alibi. He fell asleep for hours at work that night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, but you would think the cops would probably check it. I'm hoping the cops checked it and everything.
Well, he said himself that he's a prime suspect.
He said he was a suspect.
I'm sorry, that he is. It's not a prime. I'm sorry. He is a self-admitted suspect.
Yeah, like all the parents are suspects. They just say everyone's a suspect, basically, because they don't rule people out.
But Chris and Katie have never come out here and said, yeah, I'm a suspect. Instead, they've said, we've taken lie detectors. We've cleared our names. He just admitted in that stream that they used a dog on Katie's car.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Betty's like, well, no, because it didn't fit her narrative.
Her narrative is nasty, and she's trying to tragedy grift fucking the Guthrie case now, too. I'm like, lady, Savannah Guthrie doesn't want anything to do with you scumbags. Get the fuck out of here.
She's dying to be back in JLR's good graces, man. The way she went to bat with him over Magnolia, after she herself stated he was abusive and she witnessed him hit an ex and blah, blah, blah.
I don't know what was in.
For him.
I don't know what was in the Chili's twofer, but maybe, damn, she's down bad for JLR.
She really is still.
The twofer from JLR. That should be like a meal dish.
And I still want to know why Seth is letting the narrative play out when people talk about the picture that was used for the flyer for Sebastian and showing, an old bruise around his neck.
Yeah.
I wonder why Seth isn't coming out and telling people about that.
Well,
doesn't make Seth look good, does it?
But
no.
It's just nasty. Everything this guy does is nasty. I wasn't really shocked. I was shocked that he basically admitted that about the Tony stuff. That's what shocked me a lot, to be honest with you. Because that just said to myself, wow, you're more concerned about your reputation than your son being missing. That's great. That's wonderful. And then you got Betty, who's basically looks mostly bored and barely even paying attention. She's more paying attention to her dog eating the chew toy. And then Seth is literally in the bowels of hell, literally in darkness, like the darkness is about to consume him. I mean, like, maybe you shouldn't have prayed to Samuel in the church and tried to summon him in the church. I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild.
And I had that idiot Snore Lounge try to jump in there like, oh, it's not a demon. You motherfucking dumb motherfucker. Go back to saying Vikings fight the fucking Bigfoot, you dumbass. What a dumbass that guy was. It's not technically a demon. What is it? If you Google it, what is it, you dumbass? And he did a summoning ritual in a church. And now he's literally in darkness, surrounded by dark. He looks like he's about to be possessed by fucking Samuel right now. Like, are you kidding?
What about Seth basically calling Betty and everyone else out last night during his live, saying that Tony was the only one that basically, called and checked on him, and he only called Tony, when he felt like when he needed to talk to someone. Like,
I'm not
basically
shocked.
Calling everybody else out, saying, "I'm in this dark place and nobody cares."
Yeah. Well, he's going to be in the darkness. That's what you get. I mean, you basically tragedy pimped your own son. You went after a lot of people. You cost Barbecue and Granny tens and tens, if not $100,000s of dollars, and you were just a negative person. And now you got
to now say they're doing all this stuff without him even being aware and shit, and he's not working with them. Damage done, buddy.
Yeah, you're getting what, you know what I mean? Like, you're a nasty person. And the sad thing is your son is suffering because of it. That's the real victim. Not you, Seth Rogers. Your son's the victim, not you. And the sad thing is you were his father. That's the sad thing. You were supposed to be the one to protect him. You were the one that's supposed to be his advocate. And yet you've done nothing. You've done nothing but tragedy pimp the hell out of him and took as much money as you can from people. And it's just crazy. You have not put one dime into searching for your son. You've made up multiple lies stating, I remember you said that you paid X amount of mileage for your car, and we did the calculations, and that would mean that you drove to the fucking moon if we did the calculations. Do you realize how ridiculous you sound, Seth Rogers? Every single thing you say is ridiculous. You pocketed the money, you kept it for yourself so you didn't have to go to work. And that's the sad
that's
thing.
when he said he spent $25,000 in gas.
Yeah. Fucking crazy. $25,000 in gas.
Just a little side note. Sludge, in case you're listening, Craig is not a prophet. He's for profit. That's the joke. Okay.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I see
for
what
profit.
She's not really that smart, so I wouldn't bother explaining to her.
Yeah, you probably have to break it down a little better.
Just so people understand the joke. Maybe I should have put dollar signs all around.
Now, if you want to find out the flavor of chicken shit, you can ask her because she knows that very well. But anyway, besides that, you probably shouldn't expect much from her.
I don't. Just for anybody who might not have understood, maybe she actually really thinks he is a prophet.
I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. I got to, it's the end of my lunch break. You guys have a good one. Bye.
You as well, B10. Bye. I didn't even know she, obviously I don't listen, so I had no idea she said anything, but yeah.
I didn't either. Missy Lou said something in chat, so I just thought I'd.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gas and flyers. Yeah. He's handed out the most gas and most flyers and all of that and blah, 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 whatever. They should be embarrassed by Betty should be. I did appreciate when she tried speaking up. Like, I thought we weren't going to do this or whatever. That just goes to show that, again, this guy just has zero self-control. No wonder he associates with the people he does. Listen, BJ blame Shanann Watts Granny. No, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by anything that Scum Biscuit does over there.
Well, and in my opinion, some of the things that were mentioned last night during Seth's Lives with BHB up there, I would be worried if it could be considered, stalking, third-party harassment.
I doubt it because it seems like she's still able to freely speak about them as much as she wants, even as hateful as she was that led to the ROs. I'm shocked nothing's being done about it, but it's the way it seems to be. It's the way it, She has never shut up, even since having them placed against her. She continues to run her mouth. Never seen nothing like it. I wish they would step up and put an end to her.
And I believe that Betty wasn't really trying to redirect him. I think she was trying to, in a way she was trying to redirect him into things that she wanted to talk about, because then she would, come back with something about her. She even brought up the fact that she's still paying for an attorney in Tennessee to fight her charges and had nothing again to do with Sebastian.
Well, and he didn't want to talk about Sebastian either. He just wanted to talk about him.
Right.
Right. And she also, made it known and, made a point to say, that she has Sebastian's name tattooed on her forever.
Yeah, because that's really normal, not psychotic at all. She did seem, the only time her or Seth seemed to kind of chip her up is when they were talking shit about people.
Yeah.
Business as usual for those two.
Well, isn't that any time that Betty seems to chip her up is when she can yell corruption and, yell about politics or, yell about Katie and Chris being, deplorable humans, da-da-da. That's the only time it seems that Betty gets hyped up.
Unfortunately, that seems correct.
So I don't know if you've actually seen that video that you pulled up, Granny, that you were about to play, but it's ridiculous. It's AI talk. It's Chat GPT script with AI voice.
Yeah, I went to, because I thought it was going to be wherever they made the statement about Tony, but it wasn't. It was just whatever that, like you said, AI generated rubbish they pulled together.
Absolute rubbish, complete rubbish. And they didn't even check the editing before they put it up. They have all this conversation about, they splice in conversation about Summer while they have video of Sebastian up there.
Oh, you're kidding.
And then they go back to it's like slap. They just fucking slapped it together and then put it up there without checking the editing. I don't know why they even fucking bother.
That's what I was going to say. Why'd they even do it then?
I don't know.
Just to get more clicks and views off this child's name.
It's like busy work,
Right.
It's like, hey, we're doing something, busy work, trending, whatever. I don't know.
What did you think of Seth's basically saying he don't work with them and they don't, check with him before doing anything?
You know,
Not surprised.
Let's say, are we surprised that it came to that?
Nope.
No. I'm just wondering why, because like it appears that I can't find where they said that he's media hungry.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Where the hell were these statements made? Now, somebody did say they were on a certain person's, but I'm not going to play their shit. I don't like them.
Where on a certain who on whose? Here. Can you say who?
I'm not going to advertise them, but I'll tell you.
Yeah, just tell me. Because I'm not going to play them. I just want to figure out.
No, yeah, if you want to listen to it. Again, right. I don't know if they really were or not, but somebody wrote it in the chat. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but
right. Which is a channel that makes shit up all the time.
Right. Just like every other channel that Seth called out. They're all people that just make up lies and rumors against the Proudfoots and run with them.
And they stir shit between people all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
But what I do find interesting is how, Seth brought their names up last night when it wasn't long ago that Seth was in a chat also talking about how he's still waiting on phone calls to be from Nick and, things like that, like, it seems like this has been coming.
Right.
Right. And I do see people in chat saying Craig said it, but where did Craig say that? I don't remember Craig saying that either. Where did
Craig said Seth was media hungry, not Nick?
Oh. Yes, that's what they're saying. And it was that video where he was in the background and then Brittany had to come out and do that whole live stream saying Craig.
But I thought all he said during that was that nobody cares about Sebastian and that he ruined their lives. I didn't hear anything about media hungry.
I mean, was this recent? Or, I mean, Craig's always in the background saying shit.
It was just like a week ago because BJ had to come out and defend him. And then so she played the clip. And then people in her chat were saying, what Craig said there was insensitive. And she's like, I give you that, And then, of course, BJ blamed it on Craig having one too many, that night when he said it.
So it was when he was doing that rant about not doing the Sebastian's case anymore. It was
got you. That it ruined their life and they've had nothing but negative stuff come their way since his case. And
I just didn't hear him particularly say, about them about being hungry for media, but interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I think
not surprising.
I think Hartley clipped it. If you want to pull it just to verify if he did, if that's who said it or not, because I am seeing a lot of people say Craig actually said it, not Nick, and Seth misspoke. I don't know, but
or at night,
yeah,
which Nick is at night,
right? Nick and Hong,
yeah. Yeah.
I heard him say all this stuff. I never heard him say that Seth was media hungry. Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I didn't either. That's why I'm just, where is he? Is it him just being like, oh, I need to come up with a title for this live so that I don't lose my monetization. I need to, be reacting to a victimization. Oh, I guess somebody said I was media hungry. I'll react to that. And
right. Because I don't recall anything about Tony either.
Yeah.
And he also claimed that they said Tony was erratic.
Yeah, Tony erratic. He said that they said Tony was erratic. Where's that?
Where's that?
Yeah, but Seth also said that it was in a video that they put out recently, and it's like, where's that?
Where's the video? Right. Yeah. That's right. That's what I was looking for because he specifically mentioned a video, and I looked at the videos. And they were just about the cases, not about Seth being media hungry or Tony being. But I could have missed it. You know what I mean?
I guess I could have missed it too because I didn't hear it. Phoebe with the 13 months. I'm caught up now. I love your attorney. Awesome. Thank you. I missed it too. I don't know.
So, I mean, I hate this shit where it's like where people just come out and say, you said this and it wasn't said, and then people just run with it. It's fine.
Right.
Well,
Go
and, I
crazy
mean,
looking for something that never took place.
right,
But I'm
and-
not, I mean, but At Night hasn't spoken up either, have they? He's too busy threatening me and barbecue with more frivolous litigation.
Right.
I mean, and Seth said it with so much confidence that it was his title and his thumbnail.
Right.
And he went live about it for the first time in 6 months or whatever.
Right. And it does make you wonder if it was just something to reel in everybody. You know?
Elle says Nick did a live with BHB and another creator, Lynn.
That's the one I messaged you about. Like I said, I'm not going to.
Okay. I'll look at that.
I'm not going to look or anything. Or I'm not going to look as I'm live or anything.
Right. Okay.
But it could be that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't doubt that. There's so much shit happens all over the place. I don't know all the fucking creators that, big and small, that are talking about this shit day in and day out,
Right.
I mean,
I don't
admittedly,
know.
there's a lot less now than there were before, but.
Well, I mean, I just think it's really sad that this case has come down to what it's come down to, because it could have been so much more,
I agree. Like I said, they were given so much more awareness than most families receive. And he took it all for granted. And to a point, if anybody did say he was media hungry, he was. He was media greedy, that nothing was ever enough.
Well, he was greedy, and he was also, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, he was greedy, but he also only wanted it the way he wanted it. He was authoritarian. He wanted the media to only say what he wanted it to say.
Yep.
When you want it to be that way, you just buy advertising. You don't look to the media to just, the media is not there to write a pamphlet for you. They're there to write the news for you. Okay. If you want to write a pamphlet, you buy advertising. Okay. So.
Good point.
Well, and in my opinion, not only was he media hungry, but he was money hungry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's ending his stream with, here's his Cash App. First stream he's done in a while. Didn't have Sebastian's photo. Nothing.
Somebody had to ask him for the link to the FBI poster, and he did put it in there, but they had to ask.
Wow. That's so unfortunate.
And his Cash App name is weird.
Was it?
What is it?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was? Do you remember by chance?
I believe it's like Sebastian's General.
Oh. Back to his delusions.
Everything in war terms,
Yet didn't go serve, did he? Sent a newly mother off to go, a young newly mother off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in too much pain. You go serve.
Yeah.
But then allows Betty to degrade their service and any service that anyone has done.
Oh, yeah. They all degraded it. All of them. They all made remarks how they don't deserve, basically they don't deserve recognition for their time, and they don't, just all types of stuff.
Well, and how about they're military trained, so they're trained to kill. They're trained to hide bodies.
That's what they really said.
Betty said that a million times.
Betty says that all the time. That's part of her. That's one of the many speaking points that she rails off when she's making her case about Katie and Chris.
Wow.
And she's also now saying it against Brian Hooker, because he, I believe, was a Marine. And Lynette Hooker's missing.
Oh, okay.
So Lisa Marie is pointing out that he's wearing a Patriot hat, and I don't want to get into politics at all, but that's one thing I want to say about this law that he's presenting. The law that he's presenting, this is how unserious it is, okay? Goes against everything he claims to have stood for politically, okay? Because it's all about the government interfering with the states.
Oh, yeah.
It's the government. It's the feds being able to intervene with the states whenever the fuck they want, which is very, very not right wing. Okay. And so that's another reason I knew it's not serious.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Or for the feds to presume after 24 hours that the child has gone across state lines, so they should be able to jump in.
Well, they are able to jump in.
They have jumped in to Sebastian's case.
I don't know why they always like ignore that or act like it just never happened, that the FBI was never involved when they were.
Well, yeah, I mean, Chris has come out and stated publicly that they have ran every investigation on their GPS of their vehicles, and I mean, like, everything that could be done has been done, and it checked out.
Right.
Obviously, because neither one of them are in jail. But you don't ever hear Seth or Betty or any of them repeating that information, but it was said out in public for them to easily repeat.
If I'm understanding it correctly, what he wants is for parents to have more control over whether the FBI can intervene in a case locally.
Yes, because Sumner County he claims is not speaking to him, and that he speaks to the FBI.
Right.
Why would Sumner County speak to him when he's disparaged them so loudly and publicly?
Well, I mean, why would they speak to him when he's a suspect?
Right. That's one of his that's the other main speaking point of him. They won't talk to me. They shut the doors on me. They won't. Of course they aren't going to fucking talk to you because you're a problem.
Right.
You make everything a problem. You're unreasonable, you know?
Well, I mean, when you stand out in front of that same sheriff's office and yell through a microphone and ask, is my son under your desk? And then you want to do a live stream and question why they won't speak to you?
Right.
I mean, it's not very hard to figure out.
That's what I'm saying. Like he just chooses to like act like he's done nothing wrong, or he's just been so easy to work with. Matter of fact, the police said they will speak with him, but only via text messages, so there's a paper trail, and they said that for good reason.
Yeah, and people in the chat are also pointing out he doesn't know how to pronounce liaison. So he keeps calling the FBA liaison or something like that. I forget how
Oh my goodness. Wow. Betty hasn't helped him out with that yet either. I mean, come on.
I know.
I mean, look at all this stuff and chaos that they have caused. They created their own tip line. They want information to go directly to them, not the police or not the FBI. But then yet you're turning around screaming that you want the FBI to take over the case. So, what is it? Like, do you want to be in control or do you want to give that control up?
He's so many distractions.
He's totally talking to his liaison to get this raw fruitation, you guys.
Fruitation. I don't have much room to mock him, but it is funny.
No, I know, but the difference is the reason is because he's trying to present himself as this, very, very serious missing kids father who has this very, very serious law that he's pushing through, and you guys should all contribute to his cause and feel guilty for him, right? Somebody's saying, Lynn, see my question above, please. So anyway, that he's talking about the FBI assuming the child thought to have run away has crossed the state lines after 24 hours. No, it's not. No, that's already a law or a potential law. What he's talking about is the parents being able to get the FBI to intervene in the case without local law enforcement having to get the FBI involved. Because right now, the way it is that the FBI can't get involved unless it's already across state lines, or they believe it's gone across the border to Mexico, or to another country, or if it's they know it's definitely a child abduction and Amber Alert, or there's all these certain criteria. And he thinks those criteria should be taken down, and that local law enforcement should not be the one to trigger FBI, that the parents should be able to trigger FBI. That's my understanding of it.
And like I said, what parent isn't going to want to surpass and go straight to FBI when they have so many resources available? That would be a crazy thing to give parents the choice to do, because most will do that.
And there's another heavy component of it, of CPS communication between states. He's implying that there's no communication between states of CPS and stuff like that.
And he's wanting a database out there that keeps the child's information in that database. So if a child moves to a different state, that new state is able to look that child up and see the previous CPS involvement.
Actually, it's not just a database. It's an entire department under the Department of Justice that he wants formed to supersede all the state DHSs. That's why I'm saying that it's so anti-right wing.
And it's based on lies of him not being aware of the CPS visits. They're absolute lies. But I was sent a video about that where somebody corrected Betty's understanding. Let's hear this really quick, because this apparently is important to the topic.
Is complaining, saying that they're a social worker, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. None whatsoever. And first of all, if you're a social worker and haven't been to one of your meetings, haven't done anything to get off your butt to make changes in the child welfare system, I really don't give a damn what you have to say at all. I've worked with politicians for years. I've worked with social workers for years. I have medical professionals in my family. I have a legal background. I have a good understanding of what is not working in.
Now, do you think the person who's actually worked in CPS knows better than a person who knows people that have worked in CPS? But of course, Betty's a know-it-all.
Well, it cracks me up how she says, I have a legal background. You have an associate's degree in paralegal. You're not a lawyer. You're not even halfway to a lawyer.
God, she's such a joke. All right, let's play.
Child welfare.
And I'm not trying to have a back and forth with. Saw this. I said, I got to say something, because let me tell y'all something a little bit here. Okay. For those that don't know, I've worked in government, for city and county 10 years. I left my job in October of last year because baby Bunny was having some feeding issues. And so I had to kind of become a stay-at-home mom at this point with baby Bunny, and which is great, has been fabulous. But I did 10 years of working for city and county under a CPS agency. Okay. I did 5 years of that was overseeing and supervising other people's work. I built a program from the ground up around that time. In addition to that, I also know what treatment contracts look like. Okay. I know what an ICPC is. I know what it's like to fly from state to state to review and work with the feds to determine if states are doing their job, if these child welfare agencies are doing their jobs in terms of reunifying families and keeping kids safe in the system. Not only that, making sure that they're culturally appropriately match with their communities, with their placements. I was a caseworker at one point too. I carried cases. I did a lot of ICPCs. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sure did. From the bottom to the top, I worked my way up. Okay, and that's very hard to do. Very hard to do. In addition to that, one of the most humblest moments in my career, okay, when I worked in, 10 years of government, and I'll tell you what I did prior to that as well, because it goes hand in hand, was truly teaching parents that wanted to get custody of their kids back, how to get custody of their kids back. Because sometimes the system, the way in which it's set up, works against them. There's always one barrier after another, whether it's financial, mental health, addictions. Sometimes it's not even the parent. Sometimes it's the child being beyond control of the parent. So there are certain factors. So when I saw this fly, something. Prior to my 10 years, I did community mental health work. I worked in the homes with the parents. I did one-to-ones. I worked with kids. I did a bunch of stuff in the community. I have an undergraduate in criminology. That's my undergraduate. A minor in social science. My master's is in social work. I have some legal studies under my belt. I sure do. That being said, though, Doesn't mean I know shit about the system. System changes every time. State to state is always different. What falls under the state that I live may not fall under the state that you all live in.
I'm not advocating just for more money to be flooded into the system. I'm advocating for true changes in the system that has not been updated since 1965. So, little girl, sit down.
Oh,
sit
Oh
down.
my God.
She puts this on this flyer. ICPC hasn't been updated since 1965. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? You're taking this flyer to Washington? And it's so interesting to me that she said that it has not been updated since 1965. I don't know what she means by that, because there's constant updates to it. There would need to be. There would need to be. You see, every 5 years, there is a review that happens, okay, state to state, where the feds come through and they determine who's going to get what money based on the number of foster kids that they have, home placement, and all this stuff, right? And so these cases also get reviewed by the feds. They determine and they figure out, well, what changes need to happen in the system. So that's misinformation right there as you're presenting it. And if those, I bet you, if half of my audience here didn't even know what an ICPC was, I bet you anything that half of your audience does not know what an ICPC is. You probably need to not abbreviate it and spell it out. Spell it out and explain it to people. Because otherwise you're just spewing misinformation. It don't make no sense. Stands for the Interstate Compact of Placement of Children, okay? And so what happens in that situation is sometimes there are cases that caseworkers, social workers have out there where an ICPC is needed, where one agency, for example, let's say the state that I'm in, this agency plans to work with another agency. There's a child, maybe they've identified a great caretaker in the state. I'm just going to use Arizona for an example. Maybe I'm in this state, maybe I'm in California, okay? And California, I decide to do an ICPC for the state of Arizona. So what I do is there are coordinators that are involved, okay? And depending on that case, maybe I have a child that's 12 that has a friend or a coach that has moved over to Arizona. And we feel that it's appropriate for that child to possibly seek placement over there. So because the state has custody of this child, okay, or we are the placement agency or holder of that child, what happens is then there's a petitioning that happens between the state of California and Arizona that basically says, hey guys, I think that little Johnny would be a great placement over there with Coach Smiley. He wants to be a part of Johnny's life.
So basically, because what Betty did, this was a while back too, right? But what Betty did is she put out a flyer that said we need a reform. The ICPC has been updated since 1965, and that centralized database will minimize parents state hopping to avoid responsibility. And Down the Rabbit Hole came out and broke down why Betty's wrong about that and how she's a liar about that and should just shut up. And it was brilliantly done.
Ever heard the term pearls before swine?
No, but I like
casting your pearls before swine. That is the prime example of it. That is, Rabbit, my respect. That is fucking insanely awesome. All the shit she's done.
Yeah, she's accomplished a lot.
And I knew that she was accomplished and that she had all, but I didn't know the specific details of everything she's done. Kudos, man. So, Rabbit is pearls before the Betty swine. You know, like sometimes when you're casting pearls before swine, it is just like, it's just going to get eaten up by that swine, never, and not valued. Right. And Betty just does not value those pearls whatsoever, you know? Right. But the audience that hears it will value it. And I value it. And that is, that really actually helped me understand a little bit more, you know, why Betty is being so idiotic about all this shit.
Well, and I mean, also, like, how many other times since Betty's been out here on YouTube has she been schooled about incorrect information that she puts out?
She doesn't care. She's just here to go blah, 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 blah. And right. To certain people, she sounds more smart to them because they don't know. And so it works, right? So.
Well, and Betty also, one of her things that she likes to do is use the we. You know, like when she's referencing like a big news reporter, Brian Nitton, Ashley Banfield, you know, when she was talking about the hooker case in the Bahamas, you know, Ashley Banfield went out there, got, you know, boots on the ground, had great interviews with people and stuff like that. And Betty was like, yeah, we were able to get these great interviews, you know.
Yeah, she includes herself with the with the people that are actually boots on the ground. Yeah, she immediately becomes peers with all of these national figures who are actually doing the work. Yeah.
Well, and just like, when it comes to Sumner County, and, she likes to put out information that we had money taken from them,
Yeah.
like federal money and stuff like that. Like, because again, she references we the people.
Yeah. What exactly did you do, Betty? What was your exact specific role in that? Other than being we the people that were sitting there going, yay.
But then when her deposition comes out for Queen's case, she admits that she hasn't filed her federal taxes in 2 to 3 years.
That deposition was just fucking chef's kiss, man.
Oh man.
Everything fell down. She had to admit she slept with a man that she'd been nine sleeping with for 2 years. She had to admit that she hadn't paid taxes for 3 years. She had to admit that she wasn't making all this money that she said she made. I mean, it just, her entire house of cards collapsed in 2 hours, right? Or something.
No, it was like 8.
Yeah, however long it was, right? But still, I mean, it was just absolutely chef's kiss.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. But then, knowing her, she likes to come out and, still use those, I'll sue you. You say the wrong thing about me and I'll sue you. But then, the First Amendment is our best friend. And, like when Nerdy sent her that letter, to retract her statement. And I mean, she lost her dang mind about, how dare you try to shut me up, da 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 da. And then the very next time she's like, and if you don't like what I say, I'll sue you. It's like,
it's
oh
crazy. It must work for her somehow, right? It works for her financially. It works for her emotionally, or it's just comfortable for her to keep being insane like that, because it's not working for her from a public reputation standpoint. And like, there's no visual way for us to deduce that all of these lawsuits are actually working for her, so there has to be some other way that it's working for her that we don't know.
Well, I think in Betty's mind, it makes her feel empowered to say, I sued you, but not to say I lost. She likes to come out and tell people, I filed many lawsuits, like that's a good thing,
Yeah.
But she doesn't mention the fact that she hasn't won any of those.
Right.
So again, to me, it's like, and then she comes up with like, I know lots of politicians, I've met them, I'm friends with them. Like, are you friends with them like you claim to, like that Charlie Kirk was a family member?
Yeah. She like, are you friends with every person you've ever taken a selfie with? Is that the definition now of friends? Am I now the friends with every celebrity I took a selfie with when I was working in PR?
Well, I mean, she claims that Donald Trump gave her a personal shout out.
Where's the receipt for that? Did he look directly into her eyes one day?
Yeah, right.
That's what she said.
Oh, she would have that playing on repeat.
Yeah, she would be driving down the street playing it on a PA.
That woman is delusional. Like Cabinet Duchess says, sovereign citizen vibes, right?
But you can't be a sovereign citizen and say, make the government bigger. Yeah, I mean, that just doesn't work.
Well, that's the thing about all of them, though, isn't it? Like, they just operate in such oxymorons. Like, they just contradict themselves all the time.
Well, I mean, and it's
Right,
kind
because
of just like, Craig in the background. Keep it up. We'll sue you. We'll take you for everything you had. You won't even be able to pay your light bill.
Right.
Like it's a
But then
sense of
cry
like
when they're sued.
empowerment.
But then they cry when they're sued, right? Then they cry when people come back and do to them, like you just mentioned with the nerdy addict. Oh, I have a right to speak, blah, blah, blah. You can't take
yeah.
away my First Amendment, but I can take away yours. That's how these people operate all the time.
Oh, I mean, JLR is the prime example of this right now, right? Where he can walk up to anybody and get in their face and accuse them of all kinds of shit. But the minute somebody walks up to him and says, hey, what's going on with your ex-girlfriend? Then he becomes an absolute lunatic.
Right. Right. Now it's his personal business and it's none of yours. And
how dare you? How dare you get in my face? I mean, he's been camping out in front of the same woman's house despite police intervention for 4 months, and a couple guys go down the street from his house.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he's filing protection orders and shit and criminal charges and shit.
You're not lying.
Unbelievable.
That's how all these people operate.
And they're all friends.
I couldn't believe how much Betty went to bat for JLR against Magnolia.
I know.
It blew my mind. I'm like, wow. After Betty herself came out here and said he was abusive, and while he never did anything to her, she knows of the one time with his ex and she witnessed it and blah, blah, blah.
She also talked about how he has a sugar mama in the woods. And
all the cheating that he would do and blah. Yeah. But when it came to Magnolia,
yeah, she was like, he's an abusive motherfucker. Don't let him fool you. I have all of that. Yep. Anyway. Everything good? Hello?
So I had to mute for a second. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you had said.
Oh, nothing.
Oh.
I was just...
You troublemaker.
Me?
Never. Never.
Well, anyway, I shall drop down.
I gotta wrap it up. So my son's bike down here, he outgrew it, and he was, bored. He's bored all the time, and we can ride our bikes around or whatever, but he didn't have one. So I went on Amazon last night, and they actually had a Huffy, a 26-inch Huffy on sale for $86. And it said it would be delivered today. So as we were talking, that I put in the back at a phone call because they had called, the guy was lost or whatever. Anyway, to my surprise, it came put together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So he just walked over now from the pool, and I was, that's why I muted, because I was pointing to him. I'm like, it came.
You got.
Oh, you cut out for me.
Y'all later.
All right. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, bye.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up and go ride a bike with him now. I'm so happy for him. He was just so thrilled. It just made my day. So if anybody's looking for a bike for yourself or a teen, Walmart has unbelievable sales right now. You cannot beat it. I think it was like a $227 save on it. Yeah. And they come put together. I was Googling I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm scared to try to put this thing together. It might fall apart as he's riding. To my surprise, it was put together. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm so ecstatic about it. So thank you to, thank you all for being here today and spending your day with us. Are you still there, Small Town? She probably had a mute too, so she's going to come back to an empty panel, girlfriend. But yeah, he's excited. I'm excited. We're gonna take a spin really quick. It was Walmart, Christine, Walmart. I couldn't believe it myself. If you guys haven't, would you please consider hitting the thumbs up on your way out? Small Town Girl, I'm gonna write in the back chat so we didn't leave you to. She has a phone call too. I hope she hears us. Let's wait a minute. I don't want her to come back alone. Yeah, it's a Huffy. Beautiful. I mean, it's my favorite color. They're gender neutral, so there's no, shame in that. Like, you don't have to worry about if it's a boy or girls. And I couldn't believe it. When he rolled it out, I'm like, oh my God, it was put together. Just made my entire day. Thank you, Monica. Let's just pray my tire fills up with air and it's not, whatchamacallit, a broken tire. I said the same thing, Tip. Tony, Seth sounded like he was more upset and showed more expression. Oh, she dropped. Bye, small town. I'm so sorry. I tried to stay for you. More upset by Tony than his son, which is wild to me. All right, my friends, I am out of here. Fingers crossed that my tire fills with air. We're going to go ride in town, and then we're going to ride the beach, which is going to be amazing. Like when you can ride around the beach town and all. Love it. I'm so excited. Oh, look at this. Lisa said Walmart had a Kids Fisher Price picnic table for $50 instead of $100. Was so happy to purchase. For some reason, all their summer stuff is, marked down. Wish Walmart would start carrying off-road style bikes. Well, that was my other worry. My other worry was that the bike was going to be, it's a mountain bike. So I thought I even Googled, they're harder to put together than a regular bike. I was really afraid to put this thing together. But to my absolute surprise, it is placed together. And listen, for $87, I mean, it's pricey, but for a bike, that is dirt cheap. So like I said, if you're looking for one, check out Walmart right now. I've seen a bunch of their kids, as Lisa mentioned, a bunch of their kids' outdoor summer stuff is marked down. Think about Christmas, think about next summer. If you have toddlers in your family, that picnic table is always a classic. Can't go wrong. I love what people are doing now with these the plastic houses. They're painting them themselves and like personalize them, and I think it's so cute. It does make me sad that a lot of kids stuff is no longer colorful. It's very blah or regular wood, whatever. Makes me sad for kids, but it's a great, if it's plain wood, it's a great thing to paint yourself with your child, have the memories for forever. It's fantastic price. It's absolutely a fantastic price. I didn't want to sound like Brittany, but just to show my gratitude, I'm going to. One of the reasons he was able to get the bike is because the other day, 2 of you have sent a Cash App and told me to treat my son. And it really means a lot. And Lisa, you were actually one of them. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that. All right, my friends, I am out of here. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up on your way out. And I will see you all next time. Protect yourselves. Listen to what these people say. A lot of times when they're speaking about others, they're projecting about themselves. It's very easy to pick up on once you realize that's what they're doing. Seth made a lot of bizarre statements. I couldn't even finish all of it. But the whole we're on a trip and he doesn't appreciate somebody hiding his son, they're just bizarre statements. As always, Betty's bizarre. Shame on me for thinking she was actually trying to guide the guy the right direction. We all know damn well, as Lynn said, it was all a facade, make herself look better. Oh, there you go, Joe Madre. Perfect time. Perfect timing. I hope you do as well, Stephanie. I appreciate all of you. Goodbye, my friends on Kick. Goodbye, YouTube. I will see you all here tomorrow morning. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you around the YouTube streets. Bye now.